This is the Encinitas City Council. It's June 22nd, just at 6 p.m. Mayor Blakespeare is absent today, so in her stead, I'm going to chair the meeting. And so be kind and be patient with me. This is the first time actually chairing the entire meeting. I've had an opportunity to chair segments of our meetings in the past, but not the entire meeting. So let's get started. I'm going to call this meeting to order and ask that the the city clerk call a roll for us.
Absolutely. Councilmember Hinsey?
Here.
Councilmember Kranz?
Here.
Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Mosca?
I'm here.
And Mayor Blakespeare is absent. So the record will show that all members with the exception of Mayor Blakespeare are present this evening.
All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we have two special presentations today and proclamations. So we're gonna go with the first one, which is the presentation of the proclamation for declaring the month of July Parks and Recreation Month. And so what I'm gonna do is just read the proclamation and then turn it over to, I see our Commissioner Carol Parker here. I'll either turn it over to her or somebody from staff, and then they can take it from there. We do have a lot of whereases, so please be patient with me as I read this. So July is Park and Recreation Month, whereas since 1985, July has been celebrated across the nation as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas Parks and Recreation and arts support safe, vibrant, attractive, progressive communities that make life better through positive alternatives offered in their recreational opportunities. And whereas parks, beaches, and trails sustain this and steward our natural resources by protecting habitats and open space, connecting people to nature and promoting the ecological function of parkland. And whereas Parks and Recreation and arts promote physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. And whereas Parks, Recreation, arts create memorable experiences through senior activity centers, services, fitness, recreation, arts, and enrichment programs, free community events, support of youth organizations, and beyond. And whereas parks, beaches, trails, and recreational facilities provide safe spaces, fostering social cohesiveness by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together peacefully, modeling compassion, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to their benefits. And whereas Parks and Recreation and arts support human development and endless learning opportunities that foster social, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in all people of all ages and abilities. Whereas Parks and Recreation and arts create opportunities for the creation, celebration, and appreciation of the arts through a multitude of mediums, including but not limited to dance, theater, concerts, public art, and installations. And whereas Parks, Recreation, and Arts support the economic vitality of communities by partnering with local businesses and nonprofits and offering events for residents' engagement. And whereas, this is the last one, whereas July is celebrated across the nation as Parks and Recreation Month. Now, therefore, Catherine Blakespeare, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all City Council members, do hereby proclaim July 2022 as Parks Recreation Month, recognizing that parks, recreation, and arts enrich the lives of residents and visitors in the City of Encinitas. And we urge all citizens to fully utilize and enjoy our parks, beaches, trails, open space, facilities, and recreational opportunities. Dated this day, 2022. And I see our Director of Parks and Recreational and Cultural Arts online here, Director Carlin. I guess I'll hand this proclamation over to you and hand over the presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mosca, and thank you to the entire City Council, the City Manager's team, and to the community for their continued support of parks, recreation, and cultural arts in the City of Encinitas. Our team is committed to providing high-quality programs, services, and facilities to the community. And with that being said, IT and department staff have collaborated on a video highlighting some of the 4 divisions that we have within our department, and we'd like to share that video now.
The City of Encinitas Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Department prides itself in creating fun and inspiring programs safe and enjoyable public places, and helpful and supportive services, all of which contribute to making Encinitas an excellent place to live, work, and play. Our Parks Division maintains and operates over 152 acres of parks, including 20 unique community parks, 3 sports parks, a world-class skate park, a 2-acre off-leash dog park, and some of the best playgrounds anywhere in the county, state, and country. One of our parks, Olympus Park, has recently been honored as the 2022 Project of the Year by the American Public Works Association, along with the 2022 Outstanding Parks and Recreation Project by the American Society of Civil Engineers, and the 2021 Award of Excellence in Design for Parks Planning by the California Parks and Recreation Society. However, the works of parks is not limited to, well, parks. The division also maintains 10 miles of streetscape, 82 acres of open space, 45 acres of beaches, and 40 miles of trails. While the Parks Division is diligently working to maintain our parks, spaces, and places, the Recreation Division is continually working to bring them to life. The Recreation Division takes pride in listening to the public regarding their interests and needs and incorporates this feedback when offering classes and programs for people of all ages, interests, and abilities. From hosting programs in the Community and Senior Center and allocating field space to youth sports partners, to hosting popular programs such as Seaside Day Camp at the iconic Scout House, and partnering with Marine Safety for the Junior Guard program. There's truly something for everyone. However, programming is not all the Recreation Division provides. Events such as the Encinitas Holiday Parade, Egg Hunt, Ciclovia Open Street Event, Movies in the Park, and the Moonlight Beach Summer Concert Series are all orchestrated by the division and have each become woven into the fabric of the Encinitas community. Home to one of the most robust artist scenes in California, the City of Encinitas Cultural Arts Division wholeheartedly embraces and exalts the importance of art within the community. In the 2022 fiscal year alone, the Cultural Arts Division proudly supported more than 120 programs and events, including 67 concerts by musicians from around the world at the Encinitas Library. In addition, the Cultural Arts Division partners with Encinitas Friends of the Arts for 2 cultural festivals, the family-friendly Dia de los Muertos and Passport to Persia. The Cultural Arts Division also annually facilitates 42 visual art exhibitions from local and regional artists and 6 art nights. In addition to live events, the Cultural Arts Division also installs and maintains more than 80 pieces of public art that you see around Encinitas and facilitates the Community Grant Program that awards $150,000 in supportive grants for Encinitas arts and civic projects. The Encinitas Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Divisions work hard to provide these services and amenities to the community, but none of it would be possible without the department's Administrative Services Division. The Administrative Services Division handles permitting of hundreds of special events and ceremonies in Encinitas, as well as rentals and use of space at the Encinitas Community and Senior Center and the Encinitas Library. Responsibilities of this division also include the oversight and management of leases, operating agreements, grant administration, park and facility planning, program registration, and the oversight of the administration of the Encinitas Ranch Golf Authority. In addition, this division provides administrative support for the Encinitas Sister City program and for the Youth, Senior, Arts, and Parks and Recreation Commissions. Come enjoy the top-notch programming, services, places, and spaces that Encinitas has to offer.
That's great. Director Carlin, is that your presentation?
That is our presentation. And once again, I want to thank the City Council for recognizing parks, recreation, and cultural arts in the city.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. Any of my colleagues want to say anything?
I would just like to also express appreciation to our Parks and Recreation Commission and Arts Commission, who both of which do great work on behalf of the community. So, once again, the volunteers that we have willing to step up and advocate for their interests in those areas are really an important part of making our city a great place to live.
Yeah, that's important to actually recognize. I served on the Parks and Rec Commission for 2 years, and it was a lot of fun. it's a very fun commission too. All right. Well, thank you so much, Director Carlin. We're going to move on to the next presentation, which is a presentation of the Environmental Award Program winners by the Environmental Commission Subcommittee. And I think we have, what, three different categories: the nonprofit organization category, and also the for-profit business category and the environmental hero category. Do we have staff that's going to present these awards, or how do we want to do this? Crystal, I see you unmuting.
Yeah, hi, Councilmember Mosca. We have 3 commissioners here tonight that are going to do the honors of presenting the awards. Oh, yeah. Kathy?
We can't hear you. You have
Oh, I'm so sorry. You know what? I do not have my headset with me today. Can you hear me better now? I'm actually just going to pass it off to the commissioners if they can unmic themselves and turn on their cameras. We have Commissioner O'Connor and Commissioner Parker is unmiked. So Commissioner Parker, could you take it away from me? Sorry about my microphone.
All right, we'll have Commissioner Carol Parker. Hi, welcome, Carol. Which category do you have that you're going to present today?
So I'm going to start with the 2021 winner in the Excellence in Environmental Stewardship of a Nonprofit Organization for the CRC. So the CRC is being recognized for their food and nutrition center in their environmental efforts to reduce food waste and rescue edible food. So they have started a pilot program, which is now the model for all of the nonprofits in North County that are rescuing food for hungry people. So do we have a representative from the CRC here?
Yes, Yanira Frias here.
So
from the Community Resource Center.
I'd just like to really appreciate your work and recognize your work, and thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for this beautiful award. We're so grateful. We'll continue to do our best to rescue food around the community, make sure that our families in need have access to those healthy foods, and then continue to divert food from our landfills. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much too from the City Council. In addition to what Community Resource Center does for those that are unhoused, certainly this model, this pilot program has really presented our community in the region with another way of helping those that are food insecure. And you see it in works and in a number of our nonprofit organizations too, some of our faith-based organizations that have copied some of this. So thank you so much for everything you do. This award is so well suited, and you guys really deserve it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. So the next one is for-profit business category.
Yeah. Should I continue, or does somebody else want to join in?
Do we have another commissioner that or are you?
I can continue. Okay. So
yeah, sure.
The 2021 winner for Excellence in Environmental Stewardship for a for-profit business is the Nada Shop. And the Nada Shop is being recognized for their plastic-free goods and services. Well, excuse me, for their goods and really for educating the community and enabling the community to really go plastic-free. Because we know how if you have plastic, you are going to be contributing to plastic pollution. And so the Nada Shop is helping everyone by having these container or plastic container free goods. So we have a representative from the Nada Shop, Samantha Simone.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say thank you. We're super honored to not only receive this, but just be able to help our community reduce their plastic footprint. That's what we're all about. And not only that, but hopefully, we're moving forward. We're excited to just help and inspire other business to just make some sustainable changes in their day-to-day operations. So thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. And thank you for adding to the vibrancy and relevancy of our business community. I mean, it's just, I actually have been in your business before, and I think that you've helped my family at least kind of understand how we could actually go to, less waste and actually reuse some of the stuff that especially for the detergents and stuff like that. So thank you for being in our city, and thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, no, thank you all, and thanks to our community. So,
all right.
Okay, so the last award for this evening is the 2021 winner of the Environmental Hero Award, and that is Jim Wang. You probably all know Jim. He was a longtime environmental commissioner, and a longtime volunteer, and he has championed many projects, in public education and solutions to waste and climate change and overall improvement in the environmental integrity of the city of Encinitas. And he's done many things, and the most recent one, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but the most recent one was the helping get the ordinance for building electrification through the city. So, but there were many other ordinances that were part of Jim's efforts. So here's Jim, and I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Environmental Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. And I just want to say how proud I am of the city of Encinitas for being so progressive in the environment, and thus serving as a paragon for other cities and showing them what they can and should do. So thank you very much, City of Encinitas, and of course, City Council, for all you've done.
Jim, thank you so much. Personally, Jim has contributed so many ways to the city of Encinitas and also the region in general. But there are a couple of ways that Jim and I have interacted over the last, almost 6 years now that I've been on the city council. And one is a favorite of mine, and I've spent the last few years on, and that is a community choice energy program. Without Jim's leadership, community choice energy program would not be possible for Encinitas. He was one of the folks that really kind of gave birth to the idea in Encinitas, really led this. And I remember hearing about it for the first time, and I was a bit skeptical about community choice energy program. And so now, several years later, because of your leadership, Jim, I've dedicated 3 years to kind of building this organization. And you were absolutely right. It's a game changer for our region, and it's bringing online more renewable energy for our folks in Encinitas and throughout the region for less money than they would pay to the utilities. So you were absolutely right. And the most recent thing that I've been a fan of yours for is the building electrification. I remember you coming to one of my coffees early on in my tenure on city council, and I remember you bringing that up for the first time and talking about how we really need to start the conversation in Encinitas about building electrification, and we did under your leadership and nudging. We did, and we were the first city in San Diego region to actually adopt an ordinance because of your leadership. So I am forever thankful for your leadership. Thank you so much for your service, and thank you for continuing to lead on environmental issues.
Thanks so much for giving me so much credit for writing one paper, Joe, but you're doing all the hard work. So thanks for that.
Well, thank you. Let me go to my colleagues too. I see Councilmember Lyons has her hand up, and then Councilmember Hensey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mosca. I wanted to thank the Environmental Commission, especially, of course, Carol Parker, and the other committee members identified as being involved with this award, this Environmental Excellence Award, Christian Adams and Mark O'Connor. And both Jim and I know that this is a lot of work when you're a commissioner, because both he and I were commissioners and helped to launch this. So it's not just a small thing. We have so many great models for environmental advocacy in the nonprofit, for-profit, and individual categories here in our city. And so every year, I think the judges have quite a hard time to assess those that rise to the top every year. So I want to thank the commissioners for their hard work judging and organizing this award. And I do just want to say that the entities that are acknowledged for this award are models of advocacy and environmental quality. And that we all learn from that, and that contributes to our overall quality of life here. And it's very significant. It needs to be mentioned. So thank you all for all your hard work and advocacy modeling for the rest of us.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. I just wanted to tell Jim Wang, you're one of my local heroes, and I can't let this award go past without thanking you for all of your hard work in the bicycle advocacy community and the pedestrian advocacy community. And you're just such an asset to our city. We really wouldn't be in the position that we're in if it weren't for you and all of your hard work. So thank you so much. It's really nice to see your face. It's been a while, but you're really deserving of this award. So thank you so much. And also to our commissioners for so carefully selecting the people who are here tonight to receive them, and to my colleague Joy Lyons for having started this awards program. It's really a bright spot in the things that the city's able to do. So thank you so much.
I didn't know, Joy, I didn't know that you started this awards program. Kudos to you. Thank you.
Well, Jim's being very modest. We worked very closely together to launch this.
Awesome. All right. Councilmember Kranz.
I just wanted to say that Jim epitomizes the walking of the talk. So I see him out there on his bike regularly. He rides everywhere, and you know, he's living it. So thank you for all that you've done for the city, Jim.
All right. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Jim. And thank you to all the award recipients. And thank you, Carol Parker, and all of your colleagues on the commission. Thank you so much for everything that you do. And we will, if there's no other comments, we're going to move to the next item.
And Deputy Mayor, I'm just going to make sure if the attendees, are there any attendees that or public that wish to speak on either of the presentations? Please raise your hand at this time. All right, there are no public speakers on these items.
Thank you so much. Let's move to item number 5, which is oral communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the city council on items that are not on our agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the city council.
Great. And if you're wishing to speak during oral communications, please raise your hand at this time. When I call your name, you will be allowed to turn on your microphone and enable your video if you would like. Please make sure that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Peggy Walker.
Peggy, you'll need to unmute your microphone.
Sorry, there we go. Good evening, Council. We heard earlier about plastic pollution, and I came tonight with an update on State AB 1690 related to microplastics. Those of us who work in public health, especially regarding the problems associated with smoking and vaping, arguably the greatest contributors to poor health worldwide, we're disappointed that AB 1690 was tabled recently before reaching a vote. You may recall that the intent of AB 1690, co-authored by Assemblywoman Tasha Borner-Horvath, was in part to save our oceans by banning cigarettes with plastic filters. These are made of non-biodegradable cellulose acetate. The tobacco industry produces about 6 trillion of those cigarettes per year. They pollute marine ecosystems more than any other item in the world, including plastic bags or straws. One single butt can pollute up to 132 gallons of water. These microplastics also contaminate our soil, food, and water, and new studies suggest they're linked to DNA mutations. I thank this council for your letter in support of AB 1690 recently and the city's current smoking bans at beaches, public dining areas, and parks. However, it's important to know that butts discarded in other places are carried into creek beds, rivers, and coastal waterways, ending up in the ocean. During the International Coastal Cleanup last year, 5.7 million cigarette butts were found floating on the surface of the world oceans. I came to urge this council to take up the cause of AB 1690 of ocean conservancy and public health groups worldwide and here locally by considering a city ban on cigarettes with those cellulose acetate filters. It takes about 10 years for one of those to biodegrade and sometimes longer. You may want to refer this back to the Environment Commission for further study of the impact of microplastics on our environment and especially our ocean. So thank you very much for considering this and for all your work for to save our oceans and our environment.
Ms. Walker, thank you so much for your public comment. And as you noted, at your urging, we actually did send a letter of support, and it's
yes.
And I hadn't heard that it's on a 2-year track, but I will. Perhaps we can ask our city manager to see, check in with our assembly member and to see what the chances are of success with that bill. And if it's on a 2-year track and it's going to actually go somewhere in the 2-year period of time, or if it's dead, if it is dead, perhaps we can basically refer to the Environmental Commission to take it up as a local ordinance.
If I can just say, Joe, it's pretty much dead because they eliminated the cigarette butts part of it, leaving just cigars with plastic filters and single-use vaping products that are non-biodegradable. But it's the microplastics in those cigarette butts that are the biggest cause of concern. So maybe you could refer to the Environment Commission and get their advice on how we could approach bringing it back or taking steps in our own city.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gia Gonzalez Shockey.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good evening, everyone, Encinitas Mayor Blakespear and City Council members. My name is Gia Shockey, and I am with San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. Last week, I shared with you, staff and listeners, information about the upcoming National Marijuana Facts Week, July 4th through the 11th. This week-long observance culminates on Sunday, July 10th, which is Anti-710 Dab Day. Turned upside down, the digits 710 spell oil. Cannabis oil is a type of high-potency marijuana dab. Just yesterday, more detrimental evidence was released in regard to these highly concentrated THC marijuana products. New studies every day are being released as they become more and more of a problem for our youth population. The active ingredient in marijuana that causes intoxication is the chemical THC. Other high-potency THC marijuana concentrates include products such as wax, shatter, butter, crumble, and sauce. This process of removing the THC concentrates are made by running a solvent, such as butane, through the plant to extract high levels of THC. This process is effective at attaining anywhere from 50 to 95% potency products. This process can be really volatile, often resulting in death or injury from chemical explosions, often coined a hash oil explosion. Dabs are the most commonly sold product at marijuana storefronts, which are consumed using what's called a dab rig. Dab rigs are a lot like glass pipes, but they don't require a lighter to heat marijuana while inhaling. Users light the heat with a nail, referred to as a banger. As I mentioned last week, several parents have founded national organizations to raise awareness on high-potency marijuana products for whom marijuana use was fatal to their children. I recommend looking at Johnny's Ambassadors, who are also the sponsors of National Marijuana Facts Week. This Awareness Week is an opportunity for students, young adults, and parents to educate themselves about the potentially devastating effects on youth physical and mental health risks of today's high THC marijuana products. Thank you for this opportunity to share this life-saving information. Have a great evening.
Our next speaker is a phone number with the last 3 digits 277.
Good evening. My name is Diane Grace. I come here this evening as a very concerned mother, grandmother, parent group, and PTA member who follows legislation related to children. Parents have been following Senate Bill 1097, written by Dr. Pan, called the Cannabis Right to Know Act, a bill that will state on marijuana products the well-recognized health risks associated with cannabis use, including adverse effects on mental health, driving, infants exposed during pregnancy, and lung function. These risks, which have been exacerbated by the market shift to turbocharged ultra-high THC products. Current health information is only provided in hard-to-see 6-point font and even allowed to be hidden on the back of peel-off labels or inside boxes and packaging. A perfect storm of factors create an urgent need for SB 1097. Daily or near daily marijuana use has tripled in California across the state since 2008. Use by pregnant women increased by relatively 25% during the pandemic. California emergency room visits for cannabis-related diagnoses, including psychosis, have skyrocketed, as well as proliferation of higher potency flavored products like those the legislature recently prohibited for tobacco. We respectfully request that you support SB 1097 to fulfill our responsibility to educate consumers and protect our children and youth. SB 1097 is supported by the California chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians, American College of Obstetrics and Gynecologists, California, American Academy of Pediatrics, and over 50 other youth, substance abuse, and public health organizations and individuals. I think it is important to remember that the marijuana storefront business plan includes attracting new and young people as customers so they will become lifetime users and entice infrequent marijuana users to daily use. I don't know whether Encinitas has sent a letter of support for SB 1097, but want you to know parents do support SB 1097 to protect our youth and children. Thank you.
Next speaker is John Botor.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Good evening, Encinitas City Council. My name is John Bodorf with cleanearthforkids.org. You have been an environmental and health leader in San Diego, and tonight I ask you to do that again and take action to stop smoking in Encinitas. Please pass an ordinance to not allow smoking or vaping of any kind in multi-unit housing. This has already been done in over 70 cities and counties in California. Alameda County just did it. We have their ordinance and other examples on the no smoking page of our website, cleanearthforkids.org. Secondhand smoke is a toxic air contaminant linked to cancer, lung infection, bronchitis, asthma, and many other health issues. Up to 65% of the air in a multi-unit home can come from other units. Home is the main place kids are exposed to secondhand smoke. 2 out of every 5 children and 7 out of every 10 Black children are exposed to secondhand smoke, increasing their risks of asthma and other lung conditions. According to the CDC, there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. There's also thirdhand smoke, which is the chemical residue left on clothes, furniture, and any surface exposed to smoking. Washing does not remove these chemicals or their health risks. These toxic chemicals are linked to things like liver disease, type 2 diabetes, and can harm brain development in children. Please protect kids and stop smoking in multi-unit housing. I also ask you to consider ending the sale of all smoking products, including tobacco, cannabis, vape, and e-cigarettes products in Encinitas. The city of Beverly Hills banned the sale of tobacco in 2019, and I ask you to do the same and more. E-cigarettes and vapes do not help people stop smoking. A study by UC San Francisco found smokers who use e-cigarettes are 28% less likely to stop smoking cigarettes. Smoking is smoking. It is bad for everyone's health, and especially the health of children. It also damages our environment. A single cigarette butt can contain up to 60 known carcinogens, including arsenic, formaldehyde, chromium, and lead. All these toxins get into our precious streams, rivers, and ocean. Here in San Diego, cigarette butts are the top item found by Surfriders beach cleanups year after year. And not only are they toxic, but they are also plastic. You have already taken strong action to stop single-use plastics. Cigarette butts, e-cigarettes, and vapes are the same type of litter, except they are worse as they are more toxic. Please take action to protect our health and the environment. Please stop smoking in multi-unit housing and end the sale of all smoking products in Encinitas. Thank you.
Next speaker is Suzanne Hume.
Hello, I'm sorry for the delay. Hello, good evening. My name is Suzanne Hume. I'm the Educational Director and founder of CleanEarthForKids.org. Congratulations to Jim Wang. Jim also serves as a climate consultant for Clean Earth for Kids. And his leadership on climate action, building electrification, plastics, and so much more is so valuable, not just to us at Clean Earth for Kids, but Encinitas and so many cities and beyond. So thank you to Jim. For your friendship and for all that you do. And thank you so much to the City of Encinitas for all of your great leadership. Tonight, we're asking you to please protect our air and our water from smoke, tobacco smoke, marijuana smoke, and wood smoke. Our air is in trouble. San Diego County has an F in ozone and an F in particulate matter, according to the American Lung Association 2022 report. So we need to stop the recreational wood fires at the beach so everyone can have access to clean air to breathe. Wood smoke is toxic, like burning fossil fuels and tobacco smoke. Burning 10 pounds of wood in 1 hour creates the same cancer-causing PAHs as 6,000 packs of cigarettes. That is like smoking a pack of cigarettes every day for 16 years, just by sitting next to a wood fire. So again, 10 pounds of wood, 1 hour creates the same cancer-causing PAHs as 6,000 packs of cigarettes. For people that were like, what? Anyway, we really need to stop this. And it's very important because about 1 in 13 people have asthma. Asthma is the #1 reason kids miss school and the third leading reason why kids under 15 are hospitalized. Asthma is the most common chronic health condition for children. We must protect the air our kids breathe. And wood smoke can trigger an asthma attack, a heart attack, and a stroke, and can cause people like me to fall to the ground. Wood smoke is toxic air pollution. Air pollution increases the risk of pre-birth, stillbirth, low birth weight babies, and harms children's development and learning. Air pollution degrades cognitive development and is linked to cancers, dementia, and so much more. This is because PM 2.5 can cross the blood-brain barrier, damage our brains, our lungs, and immune system. Short-term air pollution increases the risk of COVID-19 and the severity. Air pollution disproportionately harms women, children, and the elderly. Air pollution is the biggest threat to the survival of newborns in their first 6 days of life. We have firsthand experience about wood fires. One of our youth board members is a severe burn victim. These wood fires get out of control really quickly, and we can talk to you and give you examples of that you need to, think about, please. So we're asking you to please protect public health and safety, children's health, clean air, and access to public lands. Everyone should have access to public lands. So, and plus wood fires are a huge liability to the city. So much more is on Clean Earth for Kids, Team 3. Thank you from Clean Earth for Kids.
Next speaker is Naeem Miller.
Hello. First off, I would like to say congratulations to James Wang. All your hard work is not accepted. It's more, I forgot how to put it, but congratulations. And you help us grow as a community. On my camera.
Name, if you'd like. All right, you got it. It's there. Or you can just turn the camera off and speak if you'd like. Whichever.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry for the delay.
Let's, Madam City Clerk, let's put him on the bottom of the list, and then if he wants to speak again, we'll recognize him.
Okay, that sounds good. Next person is JK.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to give my regular. Okay, I would like to speak about the proposed environmental nightmare housing project on Melba Road that is slated to take down a grove of mature Torrey pines, 173 trees, 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, along with demoing 3 beautiful historical homes built in 1938 or earlier on 6.6 acres for 31 homes, all based on the ill-fated density bonus law. We received the notice of preparation from the city and developer. As I mentioned before, it's only brought anxiety throughout the neighborhood. This anxiety is being felt amongst many long-time tax-paying senior residents who simply just want to age in place. But due to this environmental nightmare housing project hanging over the neighborhood's head, now they are not being allowed to do that. And this is not how Encinitas should be treating the elders of the community. These seniors have raised their families and have only contributed positive things to the quality of life in Encinitas. I want to point out that they simply look out the window and cannot feel at peace because those trees will soon be removed. And I just wanted to tell you too, I received all the deeds from this property from 1893, and it's very exciting. We have several people that are very significant in Encinitas history. Not only that Anton van Amersfoort, but Reuben Chafin, he was on the deed, and I guess he was the first postmaster and the owner of the general store. And then William McFan, I believe, and a Wilder. And these all are people that are pretty significant in the history. And, it's kind of neat because I have one of the deeds has a president's signature, and that was kind of neat to see. But anyway, with these 3 beautiful historical homes and the beautiful Encinitas redwood trees lines on Melba and the trees throughout the property, please support the community and designating it as a historical landscape as it represents the rural look the way Encinitas looked in the 30s. And this is not currently present at any other place in Encinitas. Please support the community in historical preservation of the property for open space with soft green infrastructure funding and community funding, or perhaps a bond in the ballot. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Jessica Top.
I think I've got it figured out. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
I missed my opportunity on the previous topic. I just want to say, my goodness, congratulations, and what an awesome thing for CRC, Jim, and Nada Shop to all be awarded the environmental award. Solana Center was in the batch of the first to be awarded, and James really spearheaded that. It sounds like Joy was heavily involved as well. And I don't want to take much time except to say congratulations. And also, as the director of an environmental organization, I know well that Encinitas really leads in this area. And I'm so proud to be an Encinitan and also have our headquarters in Encinitas. We're way ahead of many cities in the state. And that's just brings me a lot of pride. Thank you very much.
And then our last speaker is Naeem Miller.
Hello. I am sorry for the delay. Hello, my name is Naeem Miller with Clean Earth for Kids. Health is our greatest wealth. Without health, we cannot advance. We can all take action to save lives. Everyone needs clean air to breathe. Please protect our health from smoke and toxic chemicals. There is no safe level of secondhand smoke. It can travel through doorways, cracks in walls, electrical lines, and plumbing. The toxic chemicals in secondhand smoke stay in the air, regardless of air cleaning. And then there is third-hand smoke. That is a toxic residue from smoking that is left on surfaces and even on dust. It's also on the clothes, hairs, and skin of the smokers. Studies show hand washing drops the toxin levels on the hands, but they are back 40 to 60 minutes later. So even if someone doesn't smoke around their kids, they are still exposed to toxic chemicals that can interfere with brain development, causing things like ADHD. Third-hand smoke can also cause liver disease, cancer, and type 2 diabetes. It can also make asthma worse. Secondhand cigarette smoke is classified as toxic air contaminant and is especially dangerous for children, pregnant women, the elderly, and those with chronic illnesses. Sick premature babies in the NICU or the neonatal NICU intensive care unit had third-hand smoke all over their rooms because of smokers touching things. When babies are born, have health problems or a difficult birth, they go to the hospital's NICU. Air pollution harms nearly every cell in our bodies and our hearts, and causes heart, lungs, and brain diseases. Birth defects, premature births, stillborn babies, and SIDS, or sudden infant death syndrome, and causes problems with learning, memory, and behavior, including bipolar disorder and depression. You can help save lives, pass rules in the cities to protect from smoke. And thank you from cleanearthforkids.org.
And Deputy Mayor, I do not show any more speakers for oral communications.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you to all the speakers tonight. It was really interesting comments tonight and very kind of environmentally focused, which is great. So let's move to a report from closed session. We didn't have a closed session, so there's no report to share with the public at this time. Item number 7 is changes to the agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have any changes to the posted agenda?
Yes, we actually do. I have 2 changes to the posted agenda. The first is item 8H, which is the approval of the local roadway safety plan, has been removed from the agenda by staff and will be placed on a future agenda. And then item 8Y on the consent calendar regarding the third quarter budget. The budget resolution for item 8Y has been modified by staff to include an exhibit B that ratifies budget amendments of $80,000 in both revenue and expenditures for recreation program expenses, which are offset by registration fees, and $650,000 for building inspection services offset by permit fees. There is no fiscal impact to the general fund. And that exhibit B has been included on the city website.
All right, any member of the public pull any item in the consent calendar?
We haven't even caught anybody wishing to speak on items on the consent calendar. Please raise your hand now. We do have, the first speaker is Bruce Ehlers.
All right.
Yeah, 8U. 8U.
Okay, you can go ahead and speak.
Bruce, did you want a staff report?
Yeah, 8U. 8U.
All right, we'll pull.
Go ahead and speak.
Oh, okay.
Bruce, did you want a staff report?
Yeah, could we?
All right. Let's pull 8U, Bruce, and then we'll come back
Just
to
so
you.
everybody knows what we're talking about.
Sounds good. We'll come back to it.
There's so many consent items.
All right. We'll pull 8U.
Yeah.
All right. Any member of the city council want to pull any part of the consent calendar? If not, we then have, I think we have, what do we have? We have 23 items on the consent calendar, which is we have the removal of 8H by staff, and then we have 8U removed by a member of the public. So therefore we have 23 items left. If there no member of the city council want to pull any other item off the consent calendar, I'll entertain a motion for the remainder of the calendar.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Lyons and a second by Councilmember Krantz. Let's vote.
Okay, Councilmember Hinsey,
Yes.
Councilmember Krantz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Mosca.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. And then that takes us to item 8U.
Ratification of amendment number 2 to the agreement with Fitch and Associates LLC for additional scope of work to include community outreach and education for the wildfire evacuation plan for the community of Liebenheim. Fire Chief Stein is the lead staff person on this, and I see his box has popped up. Chief, did you want to give us a brief presentation on this item?
Sure. Good evening, Deputy Mayor Mosca and council members. Mike Stein, your fire chief. This will be a very brief agenda report. As you know, we hired Fitch and Associates through an RFP process initially to do a standards of cover and management audit, which they have completed and presented to City Council a while back. We then engaged them to do an updated evacuation plan and study for the community of Liebenheim for us, which they did, and they completed that and also presented that to council. And then the amendment to that contract was to provide some community meetings with the community of Liebenheim. As to date, we have presented 2 of those, both this week, Monday and Tuesday, about 2.5 hours each, with about probably between 70 and 90 people attending those 2 sessions, and we have 1 more scheduled for Saturday, July 9th. This is coming to council because with the Second Amendment, this brings the total cost of the contract above the city manager approval, and it is under consideration for council to approve this. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Chief Stein. Bruce, did you have some questions?
And then while Bruce is getting ready, if anyone else would like to speak on this item, would you please raise your hand?
Yeah, I'm ready if you're. Oh, there we go.
You can go.
Sorry, the hesitation on my side is as the video boxes pop up that let me, don't let me. So if the people that are responding to you are slow, it's because sometimes there's a lag when that shows up. So yeah, I attended last night's Liebenheim evacuation community meeting at the Liebenheim Town Hall. And thank you, Chief Stein, and thank you to your staff for holding this series of meetings. They were great. My question is for the council and really for Chief Stein to fill in, is whether the additional money would account for addressing some of the issues that were raised at the first two meetings, the one yesterday and the one the day before the third one that will occur on July 9th. The community identified several discrepancies or issues that really probably should be addressed. Traffic counts should include all approved projects, and in this case, the Liebenheim, that would most importantly include the Goodson project now. It should include the Rancho Santa Fe housing on the west side of the coastal hills, because they'll all be forced to the west, not to the east. Like the bridges is not currently included directly, it's through an indirect number. And likewise, quite a bit of the housing in the northern part of Rancho Santa Fe. The second part that would be good to update, and this is actually an improvement to the evacuation numbers, would be reflecting the use of the gate on Village Parkway, the one that goes right next to Degaño. And actually, La Posta, I don't believe there was any traffic routed through La Posta, which would be a possible way to get people evacuated faster. Ultimately, I wanted to know, does the proposed additional money address any of this? And if not, when will it be addressed? And would we have then additional meetings? And ultimately, I believe, and I think you'll agree with me, that the people of Liebenheim want to know through this study whether or not they'll be able to safely evacuate under what would be considered a maximum likelihood of scenario, one of the scenarios they show that is used in the analysis. You know, we need to get to an evacuation plan where people will know under the worst case scenario, there'll be a positive outcome, and that the fire front will not overrun people slowed down and stranded on Rancho Santa Fe. I mean, if you answer that one question with a scenario that shows how the numbers work out and how it would really plausibly work, you will quiet down 90% of the people out here. So my question is ultimately, are we going to get any of that work due to this cost increase? Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Any other public comment?
I do not see any other speakers.
All right. Well, I share the concern and the view that fire evacuation, especially in our one high fire area in the city, the community of Liebenheim, is incredibly important. And that's why this city council has committed resources and is continuing to commit resources to make sure the fire chief, the fire department has as much resources they need to put together a plan that is sensible and that is going to save lives in the case of a worst case situation of the fire and the evacuation of the community. And so I'm looking forward to these outreach meetings that will be had. There are a couple more that will be had, and the feedback that the community will give of what has been put together so far. And then I look forward to some sort of presentation from the fire department in the future on the feedback that you've received from the community and how you are incorporating that or how it fits into the plan that we're going to have for the community of Liebenheim. Because as you know, we have a lot of really engaged folks in Liebenheim. We have a lot of fire professionals in Liebenheim and a lot of folks that really know about fire services and how to evacuate, not only because of their lived experiences, but also because of their professional experience. So now I'm going to call on my colleagues in the City Council. Councilmember Kranz, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to reiterate, I think, what we talked about when the Fitch report was presented, which is that there are a number of questions that the community has that I thought were quite valid points, and we had directed this additional work with Fitch. So it is my hope that we can continue, at least from my perspective, from the policymaker's perspective, I want to continue the process until we get to the bottom of all of the issues that are being raised. And it's critical that the experts in these areas, of which, as Joe mentioned, there are several former fire chiefs and firefighters that live in Liebenheim. So we've got people in the community that are qualified to add their concerns. So again, it's my hope that we can, as a council, commit to what Bruce is asking for, which is if we don't get all the answers out of this contract extension, that we're prepared to continue to extend the contract until we get to the bottom of all the questions, get the answers to all the questions. We do have other high fire risk areas, especially on the north end of town in Leucadia. The difference between that area, it seems to me, is the challenges of evacuating are not nearly the same as they are out in Liebenheim with all of the rural and animal issues, et cetera. So, but in the end, my hope is that we're going to end up with a solid evacuation plan that takes into consideration these points that were made by Bruce and that were raised at the original meeting with Fitch, which is, what about Rancho Santa Fe? What about, so many people being directed to go south instead of north, et cetera, et cetera. So what is the plan for Fitch and their responses to the feedback that you're getting from the community? Are we going to get another city council report, an opportunity for the community to speak at that?
Councilmember Kranz, Chief Stein here. So we are committed to doing the July 9th community meeting. We are recording all the feedback that we're getting. We've already made some changes to the plan in terms of the first two meetings. What we talked about in both meetings, and by the way, it's been a great two-way communication in both of these meetings, and I expect the same on the third, is that at the end of the day, this is a living document, and that will be adjusted when it is necessary to be adjusted due to changes. Changes can be population, road network, anything like that. Projects that do come before us. So yeah, we will be adjusting it and changing it as needed, and reviewing it at a minimum on an annual basis.
So that means that these the points that were being made about the inclusion of the Rancho Santa Fe egress through Encinitas Boulevard / Manchester and those sort of things, and the bridges and those issues are all going to be addressed in this work that Fitch is doing, and we can expect to have that as part of the presentation that the council will get after this is over?
Well, so the scope of the project did not include looking outside of the community, either Rancho Santa Fe, San Leo, Escondido, or other communities that are outside. Really looked at the community of Liebenheim. Now, what they did is they added on the throughput, they added a 0.3, I'm going to call it an impact factor as an assumption, congestion factor for outside residents using our roads during an evacuation. That's one of the assumptions that the traffic engineer made while developing this plan. So we talked about that with the community. There was a lot of talk about that, and that's where a lot of the angst was. So if we redo the scope and add an additional scope, that will be one of the areas that we look at.
Okay, the request that I would make then is that we reach out to Supervisor Lawson Reamer's office and engage the county in this, because her office is responsible for the folks who live in Rancho Santa Fe. And I know that as a part of the approval process for the Goodson project, that she had been contacted by several residents of Rancho Santa Fe expressing concerns about, hey, don't forget about us. We are very dependent upon the four corners there. And, so whatever you're planning, don't forget to incorporate us. So the question that I have in my mind is, do we need to expand the study with Fitch in order to address these concerns that are being raised based upon the impacts that are inevitable from people in Rancho Santa Fe coming west on, I don't know the name of the road, but across the bridge. So, you know, it's, I think that we need to expand this to be much more comprehensive in bringing the conversation about a safe evacuation to the public.
And you know what, council member, that's a very good point, because, you know, the scope was the community of Liebenheim and using a 0.3 impact factor for outside. If we want to really go into the weeds and go in depth about the county people, the folks that live in the unincorporated areas, like you just spoke about, then I think the county should assist us in that. Yes.
I mean, I think that when we put together an evacuation plan, I mean, my hope was that, and I think we were collaborating with the neighbors, collaborating with Carlsbad, collaborating with San Marcos, collaborating with the unincorporated parts of San Diego County, namely Rancho Santa Fe. And so I hope that we've been collaborating and potentially, you know, in the future, I guess what you're alluding to is collaboration in terms of financial collaboration and doing further analysis. I think the other thing too, at the very least, I think you know, while I'm not an engineer, I'm almost seeing this in kind of an engineering fashion where, you know, at the very least, our outreach people can have, you know, put together a matrix that you know, that really kind of lets the council know about all of the various arguments at these outreach sessions that have been raised. You know, this point was raised, this point was raised, this point was raised. And then let us know from a fire department analysis, you know, what have you, you know, I've looked at this point and this point is an excellent point and this is how we're going to incorporate it. This point is not a really good point and it doesn't take into consideration X, Y, and Z. And that's why we're going to discount it and we're not going to have it in our plan. So I think at the very least, there's a capturing of the comments that are being made at these outreach sessions. And there's some kind of thought about like whether they're going to be included or not included. I'm going to go to our city manager because I saw her hand up, and then I'm going to go to Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you so much. Council members, we will take all of these suggestions and put them down. The original contract with Fitch was to do the Liebenheim evacuation plan, and this add-on is to do the education and training around that plan. Chief and I can certainly work together to bring something back to flow out to some of these other areas, but we're not prepared to speak on that tonight. So we will take down all of this information and bring something back to council.
Thank you. Councilmember Lyons?
I just want to emphasize what I think my colleagues have already said here. So the purpose of doing public outreach, we want to ask the community open-ended questions and get their feedback. And so the very nature of outreach means we're going to hear some things we might not have expected to hear. And so for us to anticipate what our next step is now before we've gone through all that outreach is a little premature. I think it makes a lot of sense to me, which is why I support this item, that we extend this outreach and really do engage and educate and really take advantage of this time where we're getting really good input. And then when we've got it, we're done with this contract, then assess what the next step is, as City Manager Antel just said. So I'm in support of this item and look forward to how we use this information to improve and move forward in the future.
Councilmember Lyons, is that a motion?
Yes, that would be a motion. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion. I'm sorry, Councilmember Kranz, I'll come to you in 1 sec, or unless you want to second this.
I don't mind seconding it, but.
All right, so then there's a second on it and then you have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond a bit to the city manager's point. The presentation by Fitch, I thought, raised a number of operational questions that I thought needed to be answered. So while I appreciate the fact that we are doing this outreach, I always assumed that it was for the purpose of addressing the feedback that we got through outreach in the operational plan. So you know, that's I think pretty important. And then the other important, as I mentioned, more important, very important point as I mentioned previously, is that we work collaboratively with our neighbor to the east, because there's no question fires coming from the east will cause evacuations in both communities. So doing our plan without some direct input from them and their plan is not a good idea in my opinion. So I hope we can address that.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion on the table to approve the staff's recommendation by Councilmember Lyons and a second by Councilmember Kranz. Let's vote.
All right, Councilmember Hinsey,
Yes.
Councilmember Kranz,
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Mosca.
Yes.
Mayor Blakespear is absent. Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Blakespear absent.
So that brings us to the action items. We have 10A on the calendar agenda, but actually was it's now off the agenda, but it was it's on our posted agenda just because I guess it was pulled after our agenda was already posted. So 10A is no longer on the agenda. So I'm going to move to 10B, and this is a public hearing to consider a timely filed appeal of the director's approval of a coastal development permit for demolition of an existing single-family home and construction of a new single-family residence. Case numbers CDP-005197-2022, appeal -005-466-02022. Applicant Nashby Development and Design. Appellant is Pamela Green. Location is 1425 Rubenstein Avenue. Contact person, the person leading this discussion is our senior planner. And let's see, I think, hold on for a sec. Let me break out my notes for
Deputy
a
Mayor,
public hearing.
While you're doing that, if any speakers are on right now that, or any public is on that wishes to speak on this appeal, please raise your hand and then we will call you during the public comment portion.
All right, perfect. So staff is going to give a report, and then city council will ask, the city clerk will ask you to disclose any information that you've received that was not part of the staff report. We'll have preliminary questions, and then we'll open the public hearing, and we'll go to the appellant for 10 minutes, and then the applicant for 10 minutes, and then we'll go to public speakers, 3 minutes each person, members of the public, and then we'll come back for rebuttal arguments by the applicant and then appellant, and then we'll close comment and we'll have discussion by the city council. If that sounds good to everybody, we will move to Nick for the staff report. All right, staff, Nick, it's you.
All right, sounds good. Let me share my screen here. Can everyone see okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and council members. I'm Nick Kodafides with Development Services. Today I'll be presenting on item 10B, which is the appeal of a single-family residence at 1425 Rubenstein Avenue. The project proposes a coastal development permit for the demolition of an existing single-family home and the construction of a new one. The project site is situated in the community of Old Encinitas in the residential 3 zoning and general plan designation. The site was previously used as a single-family residence and a small greenhouse. The lot abuts the Encinitas Dog Park and slopes from the west to the east. On February 2nd, 2022, a building permit was issued on this site for a 5,883 square foot addition on an existing 2,540 square foot single family lot. On February 7th, 2022, a code violation was reported on the property. During an engineering site visit, it was determined that the contractor had deviated and exceeded the limits of work described in the building permit by removing the remaining existing walls and therefore triggered a coastal development permit. To correct this violation, the applicant submitted a CDP for the same project but as a new single-family residence development. The appeals of the project are now under consideration by the City Council. The Council can, 1, deny the appeal and uphold the director's decision to approve the project, 2, deny the appeal and uphold the director's decision with modifications. 3, grant the appeal and deny the project. Or 4, request additional information from the appellant to substantiate and support arguments and continue the matter to a future hearing date. The decision of the City Council on the appeal of the administrative permit is final. Project proposes a CDP for the construction of an 8,423 square foot single family residence. The project is required to process a grading plan prior to approval of a building permit to ensure stormwater compliance. The proposed project complies with all height regulations and will be required to provide a height certification from a licensed land surveyor during construction to demonstrate compliance with the plans and height limitations. The appeal application raised a total of 4 points of appeal, with primary concerns related to setbacks, an unobstructed backout area, survey markers, and the use of a private road easement. Responses to all points of appeal are included as an attachment to this report, with this presentation providing a focused response to the concerns. The appeal states that the drawings do not demonstrate compliance with the zoning's required setbacks. The project meets all setbacks, including a 25-foot front yard and rear yard setback and a 10-foot side yard setback. The appeal states that the garage requires a minimum of 24 feet of unobstructed backyard area from the garage door. The Encinitas Municipal Code and Off-Street Design Manual do not explicitly specify a required minimum backyard area for a single-family residence. However, it has been common practice to adhere to a 24-foot backyard area. The project has at least a 30-foot backyard area by utilizing the existing 20-foot private road easement. The project will be required to comply with all conditions provided by the Encinitas Fire Department, and if the Encinitas Fire Department has any issues beyond what was required, comments would be made during building permit review. The appeal states that there are stakes placed in the ground representing existing surveyor markers that are not located in the correct property line locations, and that it is inappropriate for impacted neighbor property to monitor setback compliance in real time. No evidence has been provided on what the sticks are intended to represent at the site. Sticks can be placed on the site for different purposes. However, the project is conditioned to show the existing survey monuments on the grading plan and that they will be protected in place. If said monuments are disturbed or destroyed, then they shall be replaced by a licensed land surveyor and shall file a corner record with the county. The appeal states that increases in expansion of use of a private recorded granted easement beyond that was stated, and the standards contemplated at the time easements were created and are not unilaterally allowed. Meaning that the use of this construction of a single family home is exceeding what the use of the private road easement. The existing use of the site is a single family home, and the proposed project is a single family home. Therefore, no change of use is proposed. The project site has access to an existing 20-foot private road easement with 10 feet of the easement on the subject property and 10 feet on the property to the south. The use of the private reciprocal easement is a civil issue, as the easement is located fully on private property and the proposed project does not violate any municipal code standards. Because the project is consistent with the general plan, the Encinitas Municipal Code, it will not have a significant impact on the environment, and because staff has determined that the concerns raised in the appeal have been adequately addressed, staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the director's decision approving the project as detailed in the staff report. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask the City Council to disclose any information that they've received outside of what's already in the staff report. I have nothing to disclose, so I'll start it off, and then I'll ask Councilmember Kranz, anything to disclose?
Nothing to disclose.
Councilmember Lyons?
No, I have nothing to disclose.
Thank you. Councilmember Hensy.
I too have nothing to disclose.
Thank you. All right, let's, any preliminary questions for staff? Not seeing any. Oh, Councilmember Lyons.
Go.
Yes, if I could get some clarification. I didn't see it in the report, and it hasn't been cleared up yet about the sticks issue. That doesn't seem to be a code issue. Could you, Nick, please shed a little bit of light on the sticks? Is there a code issue there, or is that just part of a concern that has been noted?
Councilmember Joy, or Linda, Councilmember Lindis. Basically, the survey markers, what the appellant is stating, I believe, is that the applicant is incorrectly placing where the survey markers are on site that are supposed to represent the property lines. However, the project is required to be surveyed and also to show exactly where those existing survey monuments are, and that they're protected in place. So when they get the building permit issued or a grading plan, their engineer is certifying that it's exactly where the impacts are going to take place within their own property lines. So if they were to differ from that, they would be in violation, basically.
And just to follow up, so the survey monuments are correct. There's no question about that. It's just how the sticks are being used to represent them. That's the question.
That is my understanding, that the sticks are above the survey monuments or showing setbacks, preliminary setbacks, but the surveyor will have to make sure that those are correct. They could just be place markers. I'm sure the applicant can also answer that if you have any more questions about it.
I'll let it go for now. I might later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lyons. Any other questions, preliminary questions? Not seeing any hands raised. We're going to I'll open up the public hearing. I don't have a gavel with me, but I'll pound on my table. So we've officially opened the public hearing. And so now this is an opportunity for the appellant to make their argument, and you have 10 minutes.
Okay, am I visible and can people hear me?
Yes,
we can see you and hear you.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and Muska and Council Members Krantz, Lyons, and Hintz. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present tonight. My name is Pamela Gran, and I've lived at 1427 Rubenstein for just about 31 years now. And tonight, the focus of my comments will be centered on my additional information regarding paragraph 2 and paragraph 3, numbered paragraph 2 and 3, regarding setbacks. Okay, I guess I will segue into the surveyor marker with the pink flag labeled 10-foot side setback. So yes, it was a surveyor marker that was clearly labeled 10-foot side setback on a wooden marker. I presented a citizen's complaint form at the end of January to express my concern that the marker, I know some surveyors use those as temporary, other surveyors use those as a mechanism to make sure that they don't make mistakes. But in any case, when a pink flag is put on a wooden surveyor marker stating 10-foot side yard setback on top of the terminus point of a recorded private road, it got my attention. So I put together the diagram for item number 2, just to show the City Council that the proposed ground floor plan is not compliant to the applicant's guide to setbacks, which requires a 10-foot radius. from the terminus point of a private road or a private recorded easement. So that's basically the gist of my feedback for that particular element. The right-of-way edge is used by my cars to get in and out, and to have the edge of a structure right on the juncture of a recorded road easement, with the code allowing up to 2 feet of eaves to hang into the right-of-way, will cause a safety issue. It interferes with my enjoyment of the easement and is a clear violation of the code. So I attempted to engage with this since the end of January. And so here I am tonight, regretting that I have to be here and spent $330 to still ask the city council to require the applicant to please update your ground floor plan to show the required 10-foot radius setback. That's the end of my first point. My second point tonight is with respect to setbacks regarding the private road. The Encinitas Municipal Code Applicant's Guide to Setbacks say that setbacks adjacent to public and private rights-of-way shall be measured from the ultimate width of the right-of-way or from the edge of any recorded access easement. The legacy house that was torn down had front street side facing garage doors with a horizontal lateral setback 25 feet from the ultimate edge of the right-of-way closest to the structure and measured perpendicular to the structure. The applicant is changing the location of the garage doors from front street access to side access along a private road. Currently, the applicant placed the location of new side access 3-car garage doors a horizontal lateral distance of approximately 25 feet setback from the center line of the right-of-way, perpendicular to the structure. The right-of-way has a width of 20 feet. When the house that I live in, when the parcel was improved in 1991, the city of Encinitas required a 2-foot curb on the southerly edge of that 20-foot access for drainage, stormwater drainage. So realistically, the maximum available pavement area for ingress and egress is 18 feet. So in conclusion, what I'm asking the city council to require is the applicant place the location of the side access 3-car garage doors a horizontal lateral setback distance of 25 feet measured from the ultimate edge of the recorded right-of-way closest to the structure and measured perpendicular to the structure. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much. And now we'll move to the applicant for a 10-minute presentation.
Hi, my name is Sil Nakshab. I don't have a presentation necessarily. I just wanted to take the time to thank Nick and the city staff for doing their due diligence with our project. We are not asking for any variances. We're not deviating from any of the land use codes for our projects. The concerns that were just presented by the appellant, the setbacks have been addressed. So the radius that she is referring to has been factored into the plans. I'm not certain if Nick had a chance to share those plans with the appellant. I know they had a lot of correspondence with one another. In addressing those stakes that are on the site, those are temporary stakes that we place for construction purposes, just to have an understanding of where our setbacks and footprints or whatnot would be with regards to the existing monuments that are in place. And touching on the setbacks as well, prior to anything happening with our project, there was an existing fence that ran alongside this private road easement. Our project is not proposing any eaves projecting over the private road easement. As far as the garage door is concerned, this is a private road easement. It's not a condition where we're in a public road setting. I don't see any issues with it, and I believe staff doesn't find any issues with it as well. If there are any additional questions from your end with regards to our project, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I appreciate everybody's time and concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go to public comments. Madam City Clerk, are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Well, I believe the applicant, Mr. Goldberg, wants to speak, and did they still have like 8 minutes?
Perfect. All right. I didn't. Sorry about that, Mr. Goldberg. You can. You're allowed to use the rest of your time if you'd like.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, City Council. Appreciate all of your time and consideration in this matter. I'm the homeowner in this project, and I've bought this property about 5 years ago for the plans to build my forever home. And I'm a local entrepreneur. I've been blessed to be able to support the community in many ways. My companies have been voted best places to work in San Diego multiple years, fastest growing companies in the United States for 12 years in a row. I support the local community. I've got 2 small children, a 5-year-old son and next week an 8-year-old daughter who I plan to raise in this home for the rest of their childhood and early adulthood until they go to college. I love the community of Encinitas. We support it. And I just, everything we're doing is in compliance with the law, the codes, actually well within it. And we've even made adjustments to make it so it's not even close to any pressing up against any potential issues here, given the nature of the neighbor situation. So we've been, very delicate in all of those things, and we appreciate your time and consideration. The city's already made the recommendation. Now, 2 times we got the first approval, and now we've gone through and gone more stringent in the process. Made some future, some adjustments so we can move forward easily, and we would appreciate the approval of this project, the denial of the appeal, so we can move forward. And I'm up against a timeline to get my children in school for next year at this point, for the next fall. So if we're able to start soon, within the next few weeks, we have a reasonable chance to get them into the school system next fall. And I would very much appreciate your help and support in hitting that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. All right. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item?
Please raise your hand at this time if you'd like to speak. Deputy Mayor, I do not see any hands raised.
All right, we'll bring it back to the process, and it looks like it's going to be the. Do we reverse it, Tarquin? Do we reverse it this time, or the applicant goes first and then the appellant, or how do we do this?
That's correct. It's the applicant and then the appellant.
All right, applicant, you have 5 minutes of rebuttal. You can say, you can present, or you can say whatever you want.
I don't know if my developer, so he would like to speak.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I just want to reiterate one more time. We're not asking for any variances. We're not deviating from the municipal code. We have staff support on this project. We would love your support so we can proceed with our project. I've tried to engage the neighbor in the past, but we will continue to be as neighborly as possible with this project as we proceed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, let's move to the appellant for 5-minute rebuttal. Ms. Gran?
Yeah, can I ask a question of the appellant as part of her response? I don't know if you saw the staff report, but the staff takes each of your appeal points and responds to them. And I'm wondering if you could speak to some of the responses that they've written.
Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I actually have a lot to say. But since I had
need to do it in 5 minutes, I think. So
yeah, I will definitely try my best. On the staff response,
Ms. Gran, to be fair, you can have your 5 minutes if you wanted to present your 5 minutes. And then I think in addition to that, if you wanted to address the council members' questions, you're able to do that if you want. You can take your 5 minutes for your presentation, and then you can also address Councilmember Kranz's questions as well.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, with respect to responding to the lead contractor and the developer, variance was never in the discussion. I disagree with him introducing a distraction. I obviously disagree with use of the word violations. I am calling attention to compliance to the code in the areas that it doesn't meet the code. I strongly recommend the council enforce the use of the words shall in the components of the code that require shall. And the editorial comment about quote unquote trying to engage neighbor, I don't stand watch in front of the property in case he wants to engage, but he has my contact information. He knows where my mailbox is, and he's always welcome to slip a piece of paper underneath my gate. He's right there, and I don't want to take more time for that. The lead contractor commenting on a private use easement is out of the scope of his engagement with the developer and is inappropriate. The staff response, I disagree with the staff response regarding the required setbacks from the existing and ultimate edge of the proposed easements. The project is proposing drawing the ultimate edge of the right-of-way from the far side, in other words, the opposite side of the street, rather than from the edge of the street closest to the subject property. The code for setbacks clearly says the ultimate right-of-way. Otherwise, people's front doors would be right on smack of the curb line, hitting their mailboxes. So that's where I want to emphasize the ultimate right-of-way. And I've consulted the California Highway Design Manual. I've consulted civil engineering textbooks. The ultimate right-of-way is a universally recognized definition in the industry. Okay, so the ground floor plan, my point of my appeal was specifically the ground floor plan. The staffer responded on a different page of the plan. My concern is the floor plan, not the external grading plan. So that's the context of my focus area. So moving on again, the staffer said that the private easement ties to lot lines and the boundary corners are delineated. Well, they aren't. We can get draconian and look at the tie lines in the Encinitas guide setbacks to show that they're clearly there and that they're not there in the drawings, but I don't think your time is too valuable for that. So moving on to the next comment. That was the gist of my first presentation, was the guide to setbacks in the code clearly says the ultimate right of way, and the contractor / developer team has measured those from the center line of the private road. And so again, that's why I'm calling this out, and I regret that this had to get to this point. So I'm emphasizing the ultimate right of way as it says in the code. Okay, and as far as the staff response that this project has at least a 35-foot backout area, again, I focus the area on the code, what the code says, the definition for an ultimate right of way and the distance. See the next one, the setbacks are only required to be shown on either the site plan or the grading plan. It's not a requirement to be shown on all sheets. My emphasis to the City Council is that the existing code should be uniformly applied and not applied at the discretion of the staffer.
And Deputy Mayor, that is her 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gran, for your presentation. So now I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to bring it to the City Council for discussion and action on this item. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Kranz first. You had some questions. Did you want to restate your questions? Did you want to ask staff those questions or ask the appellant those questions?
No, I would defer to Councilmember Lyons at this point, and I'll come back with some questions if necessary.
Sounds good. Councilmember Lyons?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Moscott. I would like to, in the interest of being neighborly, try to figure out the best way to foster this going forward. And it starts with, we have a site plan in our packet that shows where the building is, where on the property. It's available to the public, so anybody who's looking at it right now, they see it too. But it's only one site plan, and what it shows in the site plan is that there's a 25-foot setback at the front, and that there's 10 feet setback at the end of the the driveway easement in conformance with code. It shows those things. So I'm confused in that I'm wondering if there was a prior plan that didn't show those things, that the appellant may be considering is still moving forward, but it's actually been changed. Do you think that's the scenario here? That there's some information that maybe it maybe was that way at one time, but it's been adjusted and changed, and these final drawings are showing everything conforming to code? And so that's one question, and it kind of associated question is, these are the kind of questions and clarifications that can be resolved out in the field pretty easily with a set of plans and everyone talking about the project and pointing to where things are on the ground. And I wonder if that's happened yet, or if there's an opportunity for that to happen to resolve the questions, because what I see in our packet does conform to our code and isn't representing some of the things that the appellant is saying she believes are there. So maybe that's a question for our staff, Nick, whether there was another plan prior that may have shown some of these and it's evolved over time.
Yes, I can speak to that. Thank you, Councilmember Lindis. Basically, the previous plot plan that was done for the building permit prior to the violation was within that 10-foot setback. And I requested that the applicant revise that and shift the building to the 10-foot setback when it came in for the coastal development permit to correct the violation. The page that the appellant is referring to is the architectural page. Now it does show, so it's not the architectural page. It may have a detail showing some other things like setbacks, but that's not the intent for architectural pages. The plot plan is what defines where the building will go, what setbacks it meets. If you request it, I can definitely have them update that one page to erase showing any kind of inconsistency. But the plot plan, when they come in for a building permit, that's what gets stamped for the plot plan accuracy for setbacks.
So you're saying that the footprint of the building will be built based on the plot plan?
That's correct.
Not based on the architectural plan?
Correct. The architectural is just for the floor plan.
That may clarify some things. Just that knowing that it would be built based on the site plan. And is it evident then, if you were to go out there and stand on the property, and I don't know who to ask this question of, but if you're to go out there and stand on the property, it would be evident by looking at the monuments, the survey monuments, and where the limits of the driveway easement are. Those are all known points on the earth that you could measure off, and you could kind of communicate where the edge of the foundation of the building and also the edge of the roof, because we were talking about overhangs. You know, all that information is important to communicate to the appellant. Anyway, just throwing it out there as a communication tool for clarification.
Am I able to speak?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Lyons, was that question to the appellant?
Yes.
Are you asking? All right.
Yes, that would be great. I wasn't sure who would step in there.
Okay.
Ms. Grand, did you want to?
Yes. Specifically, it was page A as an apple 201 on the file that was given to me with the approval letter that said approved. So when I see a drawing package with a cover letter that says approved, and I browse through it to verify that the changes that I submitted and I were told were incorporated and revised truly existed. So when I see a radius circle that is inconsistent between pages, that alerts my focus. And in particular, drawing page Apple 201 that is showing a proposed ground plan, still showing the edge of a building right on top of an easement, that any reasonable person is going to use the process to engage to make sure this finally gets fixed. Okay, if I say any more, I'll get too editorial, but it does cause anxiety and it affects well-being. Okay, so that's that. And my other comment related to your comment, Ms. Lyons, on setbacks is, again, the private roadway, the setback to the garage door is measured from the center line of the private roadway. The code says from the ultimate edge of the right-of-way. And in this particular case, the right-of-ways are from the closest edge of the roadway to the structure, not the farthest edge of the roadway to the structure. Otherwise, everybody's houses would be abutting the street. So that's my overarching repetitive emphasis. The code is there to support this. And I ask that the city council require the project to comply to the code, not the code comply to the project.
Thank you, Ms. Grand.
Thank you.
Let's, Nick, did you want to, it sounds like there may be some confusion, but did you want to touch on any points of confusion there may be, but also speak to some of the arguments that have been raised by the appellant about setbacks?
Yeah. Yes, Deputy Mayor Mosca, I can definitely speak to that. Basically, the setbacks from the private road easement are taken from the edge of the right-of-way. It's meeting the 10-foot setback from the edge of the private road easement, as well as the front yard setback is taken from the full extent of like a irrevocable offer of dedication. The setback's taken from the future right-of-way, not from the existing right-of-way. So it's actually farther than from the property line.
I have to speak up.
All right, Ms. Gran, not right now, Ms. Gran.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Nick. I'm going to go to Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So those were all really good questions by my colleagues, and I think I'm beginning to understand that better through the description that Nick just offered. So basically, the one point I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly is that Ms. Grant has identified some survey markers, which we are calling sticks in this conversation. And it sounds like the point for the surveyor to come out and verify that those sticks are in the correct place, that still needs to take place. So will she be able to review, will it be a public record for her to review the determination of the upcoming survey and make sure that those sticks are in the accurate spot?
If I can speak up, my name is Michael Kinnear. I'm with Coffee Engineering, the engineer and surveyor for this project.
Yes.
So those survey markers were put out there for construction purposes. These survey markers they're frequently put up on construction projects to denote things that the contractors are looking to have information on for their field construction. They are not points that are for open public record. They're basically for use for private construction. So I don't know if we want to necessarily be introducing the idea that surveying is going to be done to make it a public affair for viewing certain setbacks or construction features. I'll leave it up to Sohail to make that call on whether or not he wants to coordinate with the neighbor to have things shown to her. But as far as survey markers go, the sticks that are in the ground, those are temporary markers. The permanent markers would be the corners that are being placed at the property corners, denoting the actual property boundaries.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing you say is that those might be preliminary construction markers, and there'd be another review to make sure that those are accurate.
Well, depending on what we're surveying, they will be accurate to whatever we're being requested to survey in. So the ones in question that we've heard about before that were 10-foot setbacks, those would be accurate to the point of being a 10-foot setback from whatever property line was being depicted.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is my main question.
All right. Councilmember Kranz.
Yes, thank you. I wonder if the city attorney can say whether he reviewed this and is comfortable with this project's compliance with our ordinances.
Thank you, Councilmember Kranz. I have reviewed the staff report. I am aware of the underlying facts. I leave it to staff to determine the facts of the matter. However, from a legal standpoint, I see no legal infirmities in the staff's analysis.
Okay, and I appreciate the effort that Ms. Graham went through to make her appeal. But at this point, I have not seen any evidence that would refute the staff points that were made in response to her appeal. And therefore, I would make a motion that we deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the director and adopt the City Council Resolution number 2022-82.
I have one more comment.
I'll second that motion. And I did want to say to Ms. Gran, thank you so much for being a resident for the last 30 years and everything that you've contributed and invested in our community. I absolutely understand your arguments, and I thank you for bringing those arguments to us. I'm going to support this motion and support the denial here, just because I don't see any evidence that you've brought forth that contradict what the city's saying, the attorney's saying, and also the applicant's saying. it appears that based on my read, that they're perfectly within the law to do what they're doing. And you've not necessarily presented anything contrary to what the city says that they're in compliance. So that's why I'm supporting this motion. So we have a motion on the table, and I see Director Councilmember Lyons' hand up. So I'm going to call on Councilmember Lyons.
I'd just like to support the appellant in that I think sometimes it's difficult to, when plans change or things change and there's a lot of construction going on, and if there's a lot of conventions in construction that when you're in the industry, you just know they happen a certain way. And one of the things is that when a site plan is approved by the city, presented by the team, the consultant or the owner and their consultants, and then approved by the city, then the building must be built that way. And the approval is tied to a document, and it's called the site plan. And it's just typical convention. And the surveyor is obligated to make sure that the building is located exactly as it's shown on the site plan. And so I see that the site plan shows the layout and the drawings in conformance with the city, but also it's responsive to your concerns. It does show that there's these setbacks, and it does show them appropriately. So I think it's more of a communication connection that would help you to understand it better. I'd just like to suggest and invite the owner to be neighborly and try to help this be more understood. What we see today in front of us that we're evaluating in response to this appeal does demonstrate that the owner has met all the requirements, but also has responded to the concerns you've brought up. And I hope you have the opportunity to understand it that way too. So that's just a kind of word of some sentiments of support for you there.
Good suggestion, Councilmember Lyons. We're gonna
setback. It doesn't meet the code definition for an interior side yard setback.
Thank you, Ms. Gran. Good suggestion, Councilmember Lyons. One last comment, and that's going to go to Councilmember Kranz, and then we're going to call for the vote here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would encourage Mr. Goldberg and his contractor to reach out to the neighbors once their forms are in place before they pour their slab, if they want to make sure that they're not going to end up in some situations that are going to create some challenges. So I would encourage that communication, as Councilmember Lyons has just indicated.
Right, absolutely. All right, let's move to a vote on this item.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Kranz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Mosca?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear is absent. Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Blakespear absent.
All right, thank you to all parties. And we're going to now move to item 10C, which is City Council authorization to initiate amendments to the housing element of the general plan and other relevant city policy documents to comply with Government Code Section 65863 and consistent with Program 1E of the housing element to ensure that adequate sites remain available throughout the planning period. And leading this discussion is our planning manager, Jennifer Gates.
And before Jennifer starts, if anyone in the public is wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand, and then we will call you during the public comment portion.
All right. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and City Council members. Jennifer Gates, Planning Manager. So as previously noted, this is an item to initiate the housing element update. So in accordance with Program 1E of our housing element, staff has been monitoring the sites identified to meet the city's RHNA and in accordance with the state housing element law, have made the required findings when the site proposed fewer units or a different income level than shown in the housing element. A list of all the proposed sites identified to meet the city's RHNA for low and very low income, and the total number of affordable units that were adopted with the housing element and as currently proposed as of June 1st of 2022 was provided in the staff report. Based on the proposed and approved projects on housing element sites, if all projects are approved as currently proposed, the city will need to identify additional sites to accommodate the remaining unmet share of our city's RHNA. Staff has reviewed the projects and believes that all projects will be heard by Planning Commission between now and sometime in 2023, which is when the city may trigger no net loss. To be proactive and allow for adequate time to identify sites, staff is requesting to initiate the housing element update to begin the process. To solicit consultants to develop the housing element update, a request for proposals will be produced. The major components to be included in the scope of work are to develop and implement a community engagement process, to complete an analysis of the available sites that takes into consideration community input and city council direction, which will satisfy the adequate site requirements of the government code and will be consistent with the city's obligation to affirmatively further fair housing. We'll also identify potential sites for consideration by Planning Commission and the City Council, identify and propose necessary amendments to the housing element and any additional city policy documents, and complete the required CEQA process. If approved, the RFP will be released in July and the contract award will go to council in August. Proposed project schedule is to be complete by March of 2024 to meet the required deadline for a Prop A vote during the June 2024 election. Staff recommends that City Council adopt the resolution number 2022-79 and direct staff to develop the request for proposals for the housing element update. This completes staff's presentation and we are available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Gates? Councilmember Kranz?
I don't have any questions. Did we have, I don't see any hands up from the public, so we're going into deliberation, I assume?
I'll ask one more time. If you don't have any questions, I'll come back to you if you want. Kathy, Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments?
I do not have any hands raised for this item.
All right, we'll come back to the City Council. Councilmember Kranz.
Yes, thank you. I was a little surprised that we had to initiate this process at this point in time. Having been through, I don't know how best to describe it. I guess ordeal might be one word. I was involved with the development of Measure T, and we know that that did not meet with success from the voters. And right after the election of 2016, when that was on the, or 2016, it was on the ballot. Early in 2017, we formed a task force and spent 25 meetings, I would say, working to try and make some adjustments to the housing element update. And once again, Measure U was defeated at the polls. And so I have some significant concern about embarking on a process that is so similar to what we've done in the past. I think that what we really should be doing is either forming an ad hoc subcommittee to look at alternatives to doing things exactly the same way we did them last, and get creative about how we might engage the community. Look again at our specific plans to see if there are opportunities to address the no net loss issues as part of updates to our specific plans. This notion that we're going to engage a consultant for going through the exact same process is not one that I'm willing to support. So I'm interested in coming up with a new strategy, and would like to ask my colleagues to at least consider the idea of creating an ad hoc committee to explore how we might be able to approach this in a way that would engage the community better and more effectively, so that we can be successful on the inevitable Prop A vote that will be required.
Thank you, Councilmember Kranz. City Manager, saw your screen pop up. Did you have anything to say? All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So I agree with Tony in some aspects of his comments, and that we going to repeat a similar process, that we've not passed a successful update to the voters yet. And I think that's for a whole different variety of reasons over the years. So I'm open to some ideas about how to do it differently. That being said, the city has already embarked on our El Camino Real specific plan update, in which we hope to be able to add residential and more density along this really already active commercial corridor of our city. Would you be able to talk, Jennifer, about how this El Camino Real specific plan might play into this new site selection process, or what the interaction between these two efforts will be?
Sure. So there will be a lot of actual interaction between the El Camino Real specific plan and the identification of sites. So as we move forward with the El Camino Real specific plan, we'll get more of an idea of what is going to be proposed with community support, that we would go to Planning Commission and review what the impacts are. Once we review and do an environmental impact report with those densities, and so we can understand what the number of units would be potentially getting out of an El Camino Real housing. And then that actually would require a housing element update, because we need to actually identify these as part of our RENA. So as we reduce from the housing element regional housing needs allocation, where we identified these sites, we have to make sure that we have identified other sites. And so even with El Camino Real, once we identify these sites, we're still going to do a housing element update as part of that project, so that they can be identified and help us with our no net loss requirement. We are also looking at, our ADU that we're doing every year, and then our other developments to help with that RENA, but the actual number of units being produced out of other projects is not enough to support what our actual buffer will need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I understand there'll still be a need to identify other sites outside of the El Camino Real specific plan.
But potentially, there are other sites that we potentially will need to identify outside of El Camino Real, but both are going to be housing element updates.
I see. Two separate.
But I would just also remind folks that the El Camino Real specific plan, we've started from the beginning saying that this is going to be a bottom-up kind of approach here, and that we're going to formulate a community vision for what the corridor can be in the future. And that process is going to take well over a year to do. And so I don't know if we're looking at updating for no net loss, that these boats are, the timelines are going to kind of coincide, and we may not actually have a specific plan and have opportunities on El Camino Real, if in fact the community's vision is that for some time. And so I want to put that out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. One other thing that I wanted to bring up was that the difference between T and Measure U mainly was that the state law changed so much in the time that it took us to develop Measure T, have that denied, and then develop Measure U. And I think looking back, there were a lot of things about Measure T we really liked, in that it was rezoning commercial lots, rezoning a lot of parking lots, rezoning places that could handle a lot more high density. And Measure U, which turned into our current housing element, was vacant sites that might be more in the line of infill, some that are within neighborhoods and not on our main corridors. So are you aware, Jennifer, are we having to comply with these new state requirements as part of this new site identification, that these are vacant sites, that we do have property owner interest, and that there's a certain time, I'm assuming we have to have sites that are likely to develop within our current housing element cycle?
It would have to be within their current housing element cycle, but the difference between the last time and this time is the property letters are not going to be required because we're not in that quick turnaround. We've got the 8 years or 7 years. So I do not believe the letters will be required, but we are going to have to meet the same requirements as far as the vacant land and being dispersed to meet the fair housing requirements. So we're going to have to still look at all the same laws as they apply.
I see. Okay, something that I've talked with Roy about in the past, because Joy and I have embarked on this open space endeavor to try to identify more sites and recruit funding from the state government to help us protect more land in perpetuity. But I've been calling it the carrots and sticks approach. So to the community, the density is the sticks and the carrots are where can we identify opportunities to further preserve our open space that we have left. Do you see that as being part of how we consider adding sites? Will we be able to add a site, increase density somewhere, but maybe downzone in another location?
So we're not allowed to downzone residential unless we do convert larger in another area, but that's going to be a little different than what we're talking about in the sense of identifying sites for no net loss purposes. I think the other aspect of what you're talking about is also community benefit. And that came up during the workshop that we had on Monday. A lot of people were talking about, like you said, there's this stick to us, but what do we get out of it as a community? And so are there ways to build into objective design standards or development standards this community benefit aspect for this increased density? And that's just something that we're going to have to look closer at, because we are going to look closer at that with El Camino Real as well.
Okay, thank you.
I think Councilmember Hinsey, you raised a really good point about this kind of this value or support for some of the sites being in a commercial corridor, and how Measure T actually identified a lot of the sites within the commercial corridor. And then we had this kind of shift after Measure T. But it wasn't, I don't think the shift was saying that you couldn't put it in the commercial and these kind of built out commercial corridors. It was basically addressing the fact that cities for a long time were basically identifying parcels within, built out environment that had no chance of redevelopment within the development cycle, within the redevelopment, the housing element cycle. And so what the state said is, we've caught on to you. You can't just basically hide the density in parcels that are already developed and knowing that they're never going to get redeveloped. So the state doesn't necessarily say that you can't put it on a parcel that is non-vacant. It just says that if you do put it on a non-vacant, you better have a lot more information, evidence that suggests that it can actually be redeveloped. And that's what I think the beauty of what the staff is saying right here is they're saying, give us more lead time, give us more time to do the work here. Because if you indeed want it on the high traffic corridors and commercial centers in the built out environment, what we need to do is start to kind of think about where do we want it, and how are we going to approach some of these property owners that already have something built on the parcel, and how can we work with that property owner to but come to an arrangement in which something can be in fact built on that parcel, and that parcel could be identified. So I don't think it means that we don't identify sites that were like Measure T, but it just means that we just need to do a lot more work. Councilmember Lyons.
So I'm going to jump in and just say I appreciate the idea of having more dialogue about this, and just the comments that have come forward so far indicate to me that we need this dialogue before we even put an RFP out that captures the sentiment of how we want to move forward. And when you're talking about vacant parcels, Deputy Mayor Mosca, I think you've got it right, but I'm not sure everyone agrees with that. I think you've got it right that we can and we should look at parcels that are internal, that are near transit, that maybe already have a use on them, because those are our best opportunities. It's just contrary to smart land planning to think you're going to jump out to a vacant parcel and make sense of housing there, because there's so many impacts to open space, as Councilmember Hinsey said. There's so many impacts to infrastructure. We're just going the wrong direction if we don't understand this very important issue correctly. And that is that we need to, here in our community, look for those opportunities that are more urban, more transit centered, more in areas where there's already development. I just feel very passionate about that. And I'm in favor of giving this some more discussion before we even move forward with an RFP, because I think there's some gaps between how people are seeing how this should be applied. And I want to bring it back to lessons learned. I think there's been a whole lot of lessons learned from this experience so far. Thank you.
All right, let me just jump in and just say a few more words. I don't know, Councilmember Kranz, if your hand's still up, but just give me a second or so. I think what the staff is saying is that they want to start the process for an update, and they want to put an RFP out there to hire a professional consultant that can help us with this update. We know, based on our read of the no net loss law and what our site selection was with the housing element, that we're going to come to a point where we don't have a buffer, and we're going to eat through whatever we have in terms of buffer. And then we're going to have to get to a point where we're going to have to select more sites. The last time around, because of the court case, we didn't have to put that on the ballot, but this time we're going to have to put it on the ballot, and it's going to take time. And so I think that, you know, I'm completely understand what Councilmember Kranz is saying and what you're saying, Councilmember Lyons. I do think that it would not be wise to do the same thing that we did before. I was frustrated with the process before. I felt like we were begging people for parcels to put onto our site selection, and that they didn't necessarily make sense from a planning perspective. I think that we should have it on the high traffic corridors and, you know, and where there's transit nodes. It makes so much sense. And I don't think we should shy away from those parcels that are already built upon, those parcels that we could see be redeveloped and have even less impacts than we would have if we built on or identified vacant parcels. And so I just think that we can do this. We can do both of these things at the same time. We can have this conversation about what we want the process to look like and how we're going to go about identifying sites, because this is the most complicated, the most controversial part of this is identifying the sites. But we should also move forward with selection of a consultant that's going to help us out and start laying out the process, because it's going to be a lengthy process. And if we're going to basically go to the ballot with sites for the community to approve, you know, within the time that we have, you know, we're going to be really probably not within our timelines if we basically wait until we have a complete conversation and then start hiring consultants. So my suggestion would be that we do, in fact, move the staff's recommendation forward, but that we absolutely do stick to the fact that we need to do this differently. And we need to have a conversation now about what that process is going to look like. I'm going to go to Councilmember Kranz, and then I see Councilmember Hinsey's hand went up as well.
Yeah, once again, I cannot support moving forward without additional conversation regarding how we're going to do this, because I'm not going to repeat the same process that we used last time. Furthermore, I think that our, it has been brought up several times that it's, I think, worth pursuing and looking at the opportunity to create a voucher program that increases the number of affordable units that we get out of these projects that are being developed. And I haven't seen boo from anybody about, how that might work. And I had suggested that Oceanside did it once, and there may be other jurisdictions that have programs like that, but still haven't seen anything. These are the sort of these are the ways that you can perhaps, preserve some of the buffer that we've got and stave off the no net loss upzoning requirements. There's also a timeline in the staff report that shows that the idea would be to go to a vote in June. And, I don't know that the primary election is the right time to take an upzoning measure, a Prop A election to the voters. I think that it's probably more appropriate to do that in November. And so I'm not sure who made that decision, but that in and of itself suggests that we have a little bit more time. And the other issue is conditional zoning. I'm not interested in upzoning parcels without a commitment from the property owner / developer about what they're planning to put on that site. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and I'm the idiot. And I've just got this big old monstrosity all over me, and I'm looking forward to getting that off. So the notion that I'm willing to support upzoning parcels without any commitment with regard to what project's going to go there is just not something that I'm interested in doing. And if HCD is going to say, well, you can't do that, then I'm going to want to know exactly why before we don't do that. So just too many questions still, not happy with the notion that we would just kind of Groundhog's Day this thing and just go do the same old, same old.
Thank you, Councilmember Kranz. I do see Director Sapaio's hand up. I didn't see it for a second there, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, blends in with the bluff there, doesn't it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, council members. Thank you for all the feedback and comments. From a staff standpoint, we agree with everything that you've all said. We acknowledge your concerns, especially the issue related to El Camino Real specific plan. We acknowledge that it's an opportunity for us to address no net loss. It's an opportunity for us to identify housing that could potentially address no net loss. Unfortunately, timing is not on our side. And there's new laws that are, or the laws that you've talked about in terms of the potential for the viability of these sites being developed during the housing cycle. That's still an issue. And we all know all the El Camino Real sites are, for the most part, 100% developed. And that's a difficulty, a challenge that we'll have to deal with HCD. The other thing is that we also have property owners that have already expressed interest that are outside of the El Camino Real specific plan boundary. And they won't be able to be part of this process if the focus is only on El Camino Real. So our goal is to move forward on parallel tracks to initiate this process with the specific plan. And if at some point that the specific plan is further along to address the no net loss, that we can converge the two process. The issue with the RFP, us releasing the RFP doesn't mean that we have a preset process, that we have a pre-established method of moving forward and addressing our housing element update. The goal, as Deputy Mayor Mosca stated, that the goal is just to release an RFP to get a contract or a consultant on board, and then we can have that dialogue in structuring and developing how we want to move forward, how we want to do site selection. We would definitely need your direction, the council, on how to move forward. But the purpose of this is just to initiate the process and to get a consultant on board so we can start the process and then start the dialogue with the council and the community on how we want to move forward with the update process. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hensy?
Ask a clarifying question to that point.
Sure,
that you just
sure. Councilmember Kranz.
How do you do an RFP if you don't have a scope of work and the what you're expecting from the consultant? It just doesn't make any sense that you would. I mean, it seems to me that there certainly are consultants that do this. I mean, Kimley Horn, they obviously know the standard operating procedure, but we don't have a city that fits very well in the standard operating procedure. So, most of those cities they don't require a vote of the people. They don't have residents that are dug in no growthers. So, I think that that's my only concern, is that if you go forward with an RFP, what's it going to ask for? Just join us and we'll tell you what we're going to do later.
Well, we'll have some minimum standards in terms of site selection that's the number one requirement. So how we select the sites, that would be a dialogue with the council. We don't have to define that as part of the RFP. The RFP would just state that we as part of the work that they have to do is we have to go through a process to do the site selection. How we do that, we can work with them, and then we can always amend the contract later to do that. Or another option is for if the council want to predefine the process, then we can bring back, we can do that before we release the RFP. We are open to both options.
Well, that's what I'm interested in doing is let's get more detail, more meat on the bones about how we're going to proceed. I trust that you have people that are offering their parcels for the next upzone, because the people who were on the list were in our housing element update. They did fairly well for themselves if they are a property owner that had their property upzoned. But I don't really care to do that, to go through that process again without a commitment in terms of what sort of project is going to come forward. And with the luxury of a little bit of time, I think we should be, requiring that of anybody that wants to propose that their site be added to the housing element update. So that's my concern, is that we're, again, it's just doing it the same old way. And I just really prefer to, do an ad hoc subcommittee of council members and really dive into how we can do this and still stay within, housing law and keep in the good graces of HCD.
Thank you, Councilmember Kranz. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you.
I apologize. I called you a couple of times and I didn't come to you. I apologize for not coming directly to you. Thank you.
I was going to say anyways, I wanted to hear from Roy first, but I was going to tell our staff that background photo makes it really hard to see when you have your hand up. So we weren't trying to ignore you, Roy, and what you offered to the conversation is really helpful. I think I'm siding with Joe on this one. I think it's important for us to give staff the time that they're asking for to get this process started. I understand too what Tony's saying, that the process needs to be scrutinized as well. And it sounds like the answer that you're giving, Roy, is that we can bring on it, we can put this out, this RFP out, and we can also stay really attuned to the process, and council members can participate in helping craft that process. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So I think the problem with the ad hoc subcommittee of council members is that one, it will probably be hard which of us to determine should be on that, because I think we all probably want to be involved and we all want to be able to give the input to the consultant for how we see the process being improved. And also to Tony's point of just, making the same mistake every time. We haven't found the process that's going to work yet. And I don't know that we ever will, because I think just upzoning is forever going to be really painful for our community. And so I think that the big difference that I'm hearing from staff and I'm hearing from the council members who are on council when going through this process prior is that time is such an important part to factor into it. And right now we have the time. I think that the worst possible scenario is getting a letter from HCD saying that we've triggered no net loss and we've got 90 days to upzone, and then having to send something on a special election that's going to cost us a whole lot more money than we want to spend on it. That's what we're trying to avoid. And what I hear you telling us is that we may avoid that by starting this process now. Additionally, we have the money in the budget this year to be able to do that. And to me, that's a huge asset, instead of having to park that money somewhere year after year after year until it's time to do it. So I am in favor of moving this forward tonight. I don't see any other hands up here. So I would make a motion that we move to approve staff's recommendation to send this RFP out, and that we also incorporate Councilmember Kranz's comments that the process should be scrutinized and that we want to leave some room with this RFP to make sure that we can do things differently.
Second, and I agree with Councilmember Hensy. I think that we should start as soon as possible, knowing that this no net loss is going to be triggered, and that we should strive as much as possible to just do it differently. Give ourselves enough time to not be begging people for sites, but to be basically thinking about what are our values, proper planning principles. Where do we think that these sites should go based on, what makes sense for the entire community and how we can deal with the impacts in the most effective way possible. And really trying to kind of, as we're identifying sites, we're not just basically taking any site, but we're taking sites within those areas that we think that are most capable of handling not only the density that we identify, but also whatever density the state then says that the developer has access to. And I also think on top of that, we need to, and part of this negotiation that may have to happen with the property owner, to Tony's, to Councilmember Kranz's point, how do we basically, I don't know what we give in a negotiation or how much we would give to get to that clarity or that guarantee that this is what you're going to do. But I do think that the community is asking for that. If we basically say you're approved for this, this is what we want to see. We don't want to see something very different. But I'm not sure how we get to that. I sense that it's a bit of a give and take within the process. But anyways, I am second in this because I do believe actually everybody that said something tonight is spot on. We need to stay away from the vacant parcels as much as possible. We need to be looking at the non-vacant parcels, the ones that are already built upon, and those opportunities where we can actually see redevelopment, where we can actually handle the density. And we need to have a process in which the community is involved in helping us identify these parcels. And we need to make sure we're meeting the timeline so that we're not under the gun. So we have a motion on the table. And I'm going to go to Director Lyons to comment on that motion.
So I'm hearing that time is important here. I'm hearing that we need to get this going and move forward quickly. And I understand that. But I'm also hearing that we're all extremely concerned that we've learned some things, and as a community, we all want to engage in crafting how this moves forward so it's more effective based on what we've learned. So I'd like to ask if we can do that. And the subcommittee is one idea, but that's just two people. And I'm just wondering, is there a way we can really make this a very open process and bring it to the public and all of us have conversations together so that all the thoughts are revealed and we can integrate it into how we move forward. And I don't want time and our time frame to feel so constrained that we're pressured to move forward with things that we don't feel are strong enough. So I want to give ourselves enough time to do that. And if we're saying that if we can kick this off now and we'll still have the time then to get everyone's input, all of the city council and the public, and really be focused on that and intentional about it, that I'm not concerned with kicking this off. But I think my biggest concern is that we be really, really intentional about looking at what adjustments we need to make to be successful.
Those are good comments. Director Sapaio, did you want to engage in the whole discussion about the scope? Do you favor a broader scope over a specific scope? And if it's more specific, would that allow us to have a conversation in the vein that Councilmember Lyons is speaking of?
So, so as far as the scope of our RFP, we have critical things that we have to include. One, site selection is the critical piece. Two, the environmental component. And then three is one of the biggest component, and that is public outreach. So that's going to be a major component of the RFP. What I'm hearing from the council is you would like to engage early on in the process to ensure that the direction that we're going is a direction that we can all support as a community. And it's something, it's different than the prior efforts, and perhaps maybe put on our thinking caps and consider other ways that perhaps that we haven't thought about that would improve the process. So that's an opportunity that we will have in the near future to engage the council to ensure that the direction that we're going is the direction that is what you want us to go. So our hope is to bring on board a consultant based on those three major components that I mentioned in the RFP. And then we will fine tune that, getting in the weeds and the details, and then bring that to the council for your approval as part of the contract, so that you know exactly the direction, and then that's part of the RFP, and then you'll direct us on whether or not that's the direction you want to go, or if you want to modify the direction at that time. So we're looking at sometime in August or September where we'll bring back the contract with the details of the scope.
Good. I think that's good, because then we can also have just a high level values discussion about, okay, not on open space, on high traffic corridors and those type of discussions as well. Let's do, Councilmember Kranz, you have your hand back up. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, because it's, kind of follow up. So one of the key parts of the RFP is site selection. And I know I don't have to tell you, Roy, that site selection is the most controversial part of this. So I don't, so when do you anticipate that will be part of the process? I get that you're going to engage a consultant that's going to be, participating in the professional site selection aspects of it, but when do you see that happening?
Yeah, so as far as, this effort that is the primary need, is we need to identify sites to rezone. So that is a key component of the RFP. How we select the sites, we'll have that discussion with the council. We will come back to the council, and you, with your input, you'll tell us, okay, maybe these are some of the criteria that we need to establish when looking at sites. So then when the consultants with staff are out looking for sites, that we will consider those criteria as we're looking at these sites. And as you mentioned, Councilmember Krantz, is your need to get some level of commitment from developers for these sites.
Yeah, we had a developer that was willing to, develop fewer units than his land allowed, and he wanted to sign an MOU to that effect, and was told that he couldn't do that. And I would like to do MOUs with every property owner that's going to bring a parcel to this conversation. But the other thing to keep in mind is that there were sites such as the rail corridor that, NCTD has development projects going on, and they're interested in engaging with the city of Encinitas. But it was always said, oh, well, you cycle 5, you don't have enough time, cycle 6, blah, blah, blah. We just went right into from 5 to 6 because that was the expedient way of doing it. But how can we, maybe that conversation needs to be had before we start identifying private property that we, are going to perhaps ask the voters if we can upzone. So, and I don't need to tell you, you were here, you were involved in Measure T, and the professional staff just basically came forward with a bunch of, here are 3 maps, and there was some council involvement there, but for the most part, you guys gave us what you thought we should do. And, that didn't work. Task force, Measure U, it's just got all sorts of flashback issues about it. So
yeah, I hear you loud and clear, Councilmember Krantz. Yes, that was a challenge at the time. But I can assure you that we're not going to repeat that process. That's not going to happen, meaning that we're not going to bring forward a preset plan that hasn't been fully vetted, not only through the council, but to the public. Like that's not our approach. That's not going to be our goal. Our goal is always going to be transparent, be upfront, and let the public drive this process and the council. So that is our intent and goal. And hopefully we can further the discussion when we bring forward the contract.
So following up on Councilmember Lyons' points, you said that the RFP process was going to include a scope, and in August or September, we would be, as a council, having more conversations about site selection and what the consultant was actually how they were going to engage the community and the property owners in town, and look at the other sites that the city might have some direct involvement in, such as the public works yard or whatever we're going to do with all that, because those are still hanging out there, right? We're going to have Consultant Cosmot's coming back with that, and that might help with no net loss. So there's a lot of wheels in motion here, and I'm really disappointed that this kind of just dropped in our lap. But I understand the urgency. I don't think it's a good idea to have a June election, so maybe we can modify and take a little more time. But anyhow, given the fact that it's coming back in September, I'm okay with moving forward with the RFP and see who you can get on board.
All right, so we have a motion and we have a second. Let's go to vote.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Kranz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Mosca?
Yes.
Mayor Blakespear is absent. Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Blakespear absent.
If it's okay with my colleagues, I'm going to just push right through to 10D without objection. We're going to go to 10D, which is City Council direction on a request for an affordable housing loan from Chelsea Investment Corporation for the development of 40 affordable housing units of an improved 250 unit development located at 1150 Quail Gardens Drive, otherwise known as Fox Point Farms. And Planning Manager Jennifer Gates, you are the person that knows everything and does everything at the city. So you are leading this discussion.
All right. So before you tonight is a request for a loan subsidy. So just for the back, I'm going to give a background and what the request is and the recommendation. So on January 27th of 2021, City Council upheld the appeal of the Fox Point Farms project for 250 residential units, which includes 210 market rate and 40 very low income units that was approved by Planning Commission in December of 2020. In October of 2021, Planning Commission approved a modification to the tentative map to establish condominium form of ownership for all of the 250 units. As identified in the letter submitted to the city, which was attached to the staff report, Chelsea has been engaged by Shea Homes to finance the 40 affordable units at Fox Point Farms as the long-term rental property, utilizing low-income housing tax credit program. Chelsea is a real estate company based in Carlsbad, and they have developed and financed over 10,000 affordable units, including the Iris Apartments here in Encinitas, which the city allocated funds to in 2012. Chelsea is requesting the affordable housing loan subsidy from the city to enhance their application's competitiveness and to reduce their request for low-income housing tax credits. The Fox Point Farms is required to provide 25 units at very low income in perpetuity, and 13 units affordable to very low for 55 years to meet their density bonus and inclusionary requirements. 2 additional units that were affordable to very low income for 55 years was provided with the project as additional public benefit. While the project has been approved for a condominium form of ownership, Chelsea will finance and manage the 40 units that are all within the stacked flats within multiple buildings on the site. To maximize their scoring on their application, Chelsea proposed 4 of the 40 units to be restricted to serve the extremely low income households. Lowering the affordability level for the 4 affordable units results in approximately a $400,000 increase in their financing gap. So Chelsea is requesting a $400,000 subsidized loan from the city for the project to bridge this gap. Staff is requesting direction from City Council on whether to provide Chelsea this funding commitment that would be contingent on Chelsea's successful application for tax credits, as well as an amendment to their affordable housing plan and the conditions of approval as necessary. Staff does support the funding request, as Chelsea would be the operator and responsible for the compliance with all the affordability covenants for all 40 units. They would be providing on-site management and a deeper affordability for the 4 units at extremely low. So staff is recommending that City Council provide direction, and if City Council directs to move forward with this affordable housing loan, then authorize the city manager with this in consultation with the city attorney to provide the letter of funding of commitment and to develop the necessary loan agreement documents, providing up to $400,000 to Chelsea for development of these 40 units, subject to their submission of a revised affordable housing plan and the award of a tax-exempt bonds and low-income tax credits on or before December 31st of 2023. This completes staff's presentation. Staff and Sherry Hoffman with Chelsea Housing, who's also on the call, is available to answer questions.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
I do not see any hands raised, but if anyone is wishing to speak on this item, 10D, please raise your hand at this time. I do not see any hands raised for this item.
Councilmember Kranz.
Yes, thank you. I am supportive of the recommended actions, and I can say that in large part because Chelsea Investments has been a critical operator of the affordable housing apartments that are on Vulcan, the Iris apartments. They have done an outstanding job of managing those, and so I would expect that that we would see the same here. I also think that the 4 units that are going to become the extremely low income are important addition to our affordable housing, deed restricted affordable housing here in town. So given that it's a loan and will be repaid, and that we have the resources available in our low income housing budget line item, that makes me willing to support this and would move approval of staff recommendations.
So we have a motion on the table by Councilmember Kranz. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a second by Councilmember Hensy. Discussion on that motion. Councilmember Lyons, would you like to discuss the motion?
Yes, I would. So I didn't second it because I'm not sure why we would do this. I don't see that there's any advantage as far as our overall RENA credit. I don't see that we get anything out of it as a city. So maybe I'm missing something. Maybe Jennifer or someone can help me understand that. And I think too, and one of our public commenters in our written comments indicated we ought to be careful what precedent we're setting. I'm not sure why we would do this. Isn't the developer obligated to do this, and there'd be no benefit as far as meeting arena for us to be involved? Jennifer, could you shed some light on that?
Sure. There's no additional RENA credits, so regional housing needs credits. However, we are looking at a deeper affordability. So the very low income now being extremely low income for 4 units. So we don't actually have really any units that meet that extremely low income. So these are individuals that are probably on disability or seniors that are living off of Social Security. That's that extremely low income typically. So we don't have those types of units within our city. So it's providing that aspect. Also, as noted by Councilmember Kranz, the company, Chelsea, does the management of all of the units. And so they're the main point of contact and maintain the units themselves for each one of these renters. And that has been beneficial when we have multiple units in one location, and it has that on-site manager to assist with that. And they also would be in charge of all those covenant requirements and making sure that they're being met every year with the monitoring that they're required to do with the city as well as for tax credits.
I understand they're experienced and they have a good reputation. They do a good job, so I'm not questioning that. Without their involvement in this project, how would those things be handled?
So if they are not successful in getting the tax credit projects or tax credit, then it would actually be all 40 units would then be available for sale at very low income.
And so there would be no entity that helps to oversee and manage and deal with all the
right. We would be with 40 different owners.
All right. Okay. So this is a tax credit to the developer, so I can see why they've asked for it. Why wouldn't everyone ask for this?
So in some cases, there may be tax credit projects that we'll see in the future, but right now they're not. Nobody else has requested a tax credit component. to their project or assistance with their project. It's not uncommon for tax credit projects to have participation by local governments in a loan subsidy way, which is what we did in the past as well, is when they applied for tax credits for IRIS.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned still about the precedent we're setting for future projects, and I'm not convinced. I do see there's a benefit of the extremely low income. I do get that, but the total numbers aren't a benefit. So that's where I'm at with this.
Thank you, Councilmember Lyons. Those are good questions too, because I think that they're at least on my mind as well. And I think that I've gone back and forth on this. I think primarily because I've always seen that money that we have set aside as actually moving more market rate units into the category of affordable, deed restricted affordable units. Creating more, instead of having, some of these projects have, X amount of market rate and X amount of affordable housing units, that we would be able to pay down some of the gap on some of the market and turn those into low income or very low income units. But it's never actually happened. And we've asked this several times, and how can we use these funds to actually buy down some of these units to make them affordable instead of being market rate. And so here we actually have a way of utilizing the funds that doesn't move something from market rate to affordable housing. Therefore, as to Councilmember Lyons' point, that we would not only have another affordable housing unit, but that we'd also have a unit that would count toward RHNA. But we do have, there is value to producing more affordable housing units that are that kind of go deeper into affordability and move from very low to extremely low. I do think that it's not something we see in our community in terms of units that are meant for extremely low income families. And so, and the need is there. And so this would be meeting a need that's there in the market that we don't actually, frankly, have units for that. The other benefit that I've kind of been hearing, and that I think that I'm kind of finding more appealing, is that this is another, for Encinitas to be involved in this way, it just makes the case for Chelsea that much stronger for some of these tax credits. And it means that these units could indeed be 40 units that are for rent, which I think is a value, and that they would be involved in a management way with these units. And as has been said, their track record in Encinitas has been good, and they're a local company, and so that all kind of I guess points me in the direction that I think that it makes sense. We have a 3% rate of return, albeit over 55 years, which is a long time on that. But we haven't really utilized it hence far. We haven't been able to kind of produce, go from market rate to affordable. So I think that this is second best, where we're actually able to go deeper in affordability. And in some ways help make the case for Chelsea being involved and these being rental units, which I think really meets a need in the market in our community. So anyways, I'll support the motion, because I do think that in my going back and forth, I've landed on the fact that there is a benefit here. Councilmember Hensy?
Yeah, I won't say too much, but just explaining why I think it's important to move it forward is a point that Jennifer touched on, and it's that in our last review of our housing element, I think HCD did identify that they are seeing numbers of those who find a home in our community who are also living with disabilities is below the county's average. And so we need to be able to create opportunities for people who are living with disabilities to live here. And I don't want to overprescribe and say, let's give this loan with the condition that we're making sure people who are living with disabilities get to live here, because I think that's just getting a little bit too involved. But by creating those conditions for a really deep level of poverty, to have home residents here in our city is helping us move our goals forward. So I think that that's really important. And also, we've talked a lot at length about this fund that we have for affordable housing and how to best utilize it. And we've really not, we've had some opportunities to use it, and I'm glad that the money's been there, but using something in a form of a loan that we'll get back is a good opportunity in my opinion. And so we're not giving it away. It's not something that's going to go to an individual homeowner, property owner. It's something that's going to provide a benefit in line with our goals. So that's why I'm supportive tonight.
Councilmember Kranz, I see your hand back up. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, one last point. And Councilmember Lyons' questions are certainly valid, and I appreciate her asking them. I would point out that precedent has been set on this, as mentioned in the staff report. The previous city council in 2012 allocated home funds and housing development, affordable housing funds, $350,000 for the development of the Iris apartments that are on Vulcan. So it wasn't a loan back then. They outright contributed $350,000 to that project, which didn't have nearly the number of units that will be built as part of this project. Also, I would like to point out that 25 of these deed restricted units are deed restricted in perpetuity. So there isn't the typical opportunity for intergenerational wealth. So the sale of those units, because it's a deed restriction in perpetuity, these are really ideal for rental properties.
All right, if there are no other comments on this item, I'm going to call for the vote. Let's move to vote on this.
Okay. Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Kranz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
No.
Deputy Mayor Mosca?
Yes.
Mayor Blakespear is absent. Motion carries with Councilmember Lyons voting no and Mayor Blakespear absent.
All right, we're done with our action items. We're going to move to 11, which is informational items. And the first one up is 11A, and that's Streetscape El Portal update, and that's City Engineer Jill Bankston.
Thank you. Pardon, sorry about that. Good evening, Deputy Mayor Mosca and council members. I'm Jill Bankston. I'm the city engineer, and I'm here tonight to provide you an update on our streetscape projects and our El Portal undercrossing. This is an agenda of the projects that we will go through tonight. It covers all of the streetscape corridor from segment A in the south all the way up to segment C at the north end of the project. And then, of course, our El Portal undercrossing project. We've shared this map many times, but this kind of lays out the entire Leucadia streetscape corridor. Starting at the south end, we have a segment A1 that goes from A Street to Marchetta, A2, Marchetta to Basil. Segment B is Basil to Jupiter, and segment C is Jupiter to La Costa. So we'll start with segment A at the south end of the corridor. So we are wrapping up construction on our segment A2 construction project that extends from Marchetta to Basil, and it included some improvements that extended down into that A1 section. The segment A1 at the very south end of the project between A Street and Marchetta, we have requested some federal appropriations for that segment, $5 million to be able to construct that segment. And we're expecting to learn whether those appropriations were approved by the end of the year. But we have completed construction on our segment A2 project. So we've created all sorts of new gathering spaces. On the west side of the 101, we've got new wider sidewalks, street lighting, areas of reverse angle parking, and new landscaping and planting with over 100 new trees. We've introduced traffic calming into the corridor. Of course, we used to have 2 lanes in both directions and a sharrow in the number 2 lane. Now we've got 1 lane in both directions and a buffered green bike lane. On the east side of the corridor, we've got a new DG pathway. We enhanced and reconstructed the AC pathway that's south of the project limits, south of Marchetta. And we've got informal parking and street lighting on the east side of the corridor as well as 8 new pedestrian crossings throughout the corridor to get people from the new parking on the east to the west side businesses. Beyond Marchetta to Basil, we added some parking pods in the north end of the project, north of Basil, and then to the south, we continued the restriping project down to A Street, and then we added a new pedestrian crossing with our reflective rapid flashing beacons, our RRFBs, at A Street. So this shows how we transitioned from our pre-construction. That's the picture on the far left. We had our rendering before construction started. That's the picture in the middle. And then on the right-hand side here, we have our post-construction. So you can see we've got wider sidewalks, we've got new landscaping, we've got more parking with reverse angled parking. And in this situation, we've added a new ADA parking space. And then here's that same series of photos at the El Portal intersection. So the pre-construction photos at the top here, it's a big, huge expanse of asphalt. The rendering is in the lower right, and then lower left, excuse me, and lower right is our post-construction. So you can see our roundabout and our crosswalks and our new street lighting, new landscaping. It will grow with time and match the rendering over the next few years, and wider sidewalks. And then if you'll indulge me, we have I'll mute it. We have just our El Portal roundabout in action. This was taken roughly around rush hour. You can see we're processing cars efficiently and effectively. It's a relatively high volume of traffic here. In a couple seconds, you'll see a truck be able to navigate it. You'll see some people making some turns onto El Portal. You'll see some cyclists navigating through and some cars entering from El Portal. The benefit of this, of course, is that we don't have cars stopping and idling, and we don't have that increase of greenhouse gases with the idling motion. Okay, our next segment is our segment BC Safety and Mobility Enhancements Project. So this is an interim project that's going to make the striping north of Basil more consistent with the new striping that we've put from Basil on south through to A Street. So this picture here on the left is one of the reasons why we need this project. So on the left, we have our existing striping pattern. We've got 2 through lanes. In the number 2 lane, which is the lane on the right, there's a sharrow. A lot of recreational cyclists aren't comfortable riding in the sharrow, so they ride in that like 2-foot wide buffer area to try and stay out of the traffic lane. That's the near yellow circle. The far yellow circle is more of a sports cyclist, but even he's kind of cheated over to the outside of the lane. And what that does is it creates kind of a dangerous situation sometimes where rather than claiming the lane, drivers will think they can pass cyclists in that lane. So we want to make sure that we convert that area to something that you'll see on the right-hand side, which is the 1 traveled lane and then a nice wide bike lane with a buffer. Now, the complicated area, as you guys know, is the area surrounding our Leucadia Boulevard intersection with the rail corridor crossing there as well. So this project will be adding the bike lane through this segment of the corridor, but we won't be able to fit the buffers. We need to keep 2 through lanes along with a left turn pocket in both directions so that we can accommodate the queuing that happens at that traffic signal. One benefit of this safety and mobility project is we're gonna just about double the length of the left turn pocket for that southbound 101 traffic. So we'll be able to pull more of those turning cars out of the way of the through traffic. So where are we on that safety mobility enhancements project? So the City Council approved the contract on May 25th. The construction contract is currently being routed for signature. We're going to have our pre-construction meeting next week, and then we'll be looking to start construction in July. Construction completion around the end of the calendar year. The next will stay in place, but we'll have the benefit of the new striping in the lane diet. We'll have new wider sidewalks. We'll have the additional street lighting, additional informal parking in NCTD right-of-way. And this project will, the city will construct 2 roundabouts, one at Jupiter, one at Grandview. As you recall, we've deferred construction of the Bishopsgate roundabout for now. But just last week, a private developer has agreed to construct a new roundabout just north of Moorgate. So we're excited to have that project completing or entering construction around the same time as our Segment C project will be in construction. With Segment C, we'll have 2 new parking pods, 6 new crosswalks, and additional trees throughout the median and the west side. So here's our latest progress on Segment C. We've got our 100% design in. We've routed it for final comments. We approved the iBank loan and the financing terms to finance the project, which was the $20 million financing. And we're working on our EIR addendum and CDP amendment for this next phase of the project. And here's our schedule moving forward. I've highlighted some of the key milestones. We're going to bring the final design to City Council for approval in August. Place. You can see here the looking from Vulcan to the 101. That's the big undercrossing. And then here's the approach from the 101 side looking towards Vulcan.
Recording stopped.
And we've got one of the ramps down to the undercrossing. You can see some cutouts in the retaining walls leading down to the
recording in progress.
And that will be where we'll have some art tiles. And the RFP is on the street now for that art tile project. We're working together with Sandag to have a joint project celebration for the El Portal undercrossing and the Leucadia Streetscape project, and we're targeting August 6th for that joint celebration. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, well, thank you, City Engineer Bankston. Great presentation, so much progress and so much to be proud of going on in that corridor, so thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Bankston?
And if
right.
any members of the public would like to speak on this item, would you please raise your hand? I do not see any speakers on this item.
All right, we'll bring it back to the City Council, and I see Councilmember Kranz has his hand up.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the presentation, Joe. The project has been a dream come true. I really appreciate your efforts to work with Granite and the subcontractors to get the work done in a efficient manner. I think that there are, however, a couple of things that need a look to see if there are improvements that we can make. But before I get into those, I'm wondering, it's my understanding that outside of the original contract, we had received a grant for some pedestrian crossing lights at North Court and Diana Street. And it looks like some of the hardware is in the ground for that, but it hasn't been installed yet. What is the status of that project?
So all of the site work that we can do has been done. We've got the concrete in place. We've got the bases in place. The holdup is the actual signals and mast arms. Those have been back ordered for many months. And we anticipate those will arrive in August. So those will go up in August.
So for now, there are rectangular rapid flashing beacons, I believe, at least at North Court, and those will be replaced eventually by these other lights.
You got it.
I see that the new light poles, which are beautiful, have some banner hardware as part of the poles. Does the city manager have a plan for how we're going to use those? Is that something that our art department is looking at?
I'm not sure. I can talk to our Parks Department. I see Travis there. I know that we have receptacles on there, so we have the ability to install holiday lights if that's a direction that the city wants to go. And I'll leave it over to Travis to see if he has more to add.
Thank you, Jill. Councilmember Kranz, we are working right now on a policy regarding banner poles, and we'll definitely look at including those in on our policy moving forward, and being able to offer that to community organizations, and then also utilize that for any type of marketing for the city.
Yes, we've got these brand new light poles with those capabilities. We've got brand new hardware on light poles along the El Camino Real corridor that I think are generally underutilized, that would be good to have a policy for. And my understanding is that some of the downtown Encinitas and Cardiff hardware is in need of replacing. So I think it's a program that the banner programs, we have a creative crowd that of residents here. Danny Salshandler certainly is the leader of the banner work. But in the meantime, I think that, if it's necessary to find some budget money to address, to expand the banner program, as long as we have the ability to do that, I think it would be worth looking into. So thank you for joining us and explaining that. And I look forward to that coming to the council in the future. Jill, there was a point about ADA parking spot at in the vicinity of Basil Street and the DG path that's associated with that. It seems like all of the parking pod ADA spots, handicap spots, were right adjacent to crosswalks, except for that one at Basil, which the handicap spot needs to cross over the exit to the parking pod and then go through some looks like kind of stormwater detention basin area. And it looks like the contractors, when they put the DG path in, they did it before they finished all their work, and tractors drove over it and destroyed the edges. And so I'm wondering if we're looking at improving that and what it might cost to actually pour concrete for the ADA spot to get to the crosswalk in a safer way.
We can take a look at that. We have a couple different scenarios, as you mentioned. A lot of the ADA parking spots on the east side have that concrete pathway to the crossing, but our ADA requirement is to have a firm, stable surface. So the DG trail that we have out there is considered a firm, stable surface. And during construction, rather than having the gravel through that entire corridor, we stop the gravel. You'll see little concrete bands, and we put that DG connecting that ADA parking spot to the DG trail. So we do have that firm, stable service all the way across the drive aisle to the DG trail.
Well, I appreciate that. I would only point out that in the rare event, rain events, then it would suddenly become a not firm and stable trail. So, I'm not sure what the cost would be. Obviously, that's an important factor, but at the same time, creating a more usable handicap parking spot is, I think, important. So, and then finally, and you and I have had some correspondence on this, the issue of the double yellow line for a significant part of Highway 101 from A Street, 3/4 of the way up to Marchetta was a big surprise to property owners in that stretch, and to me as well, because it limited access to people being able to use driveways when they're headed northbound. And so in looking at some of the rest of streetscape, I see that, for example, on the southbound side, the stretch of the merging from 2 lanes to 1 at in the vicinity of, let's see, let me get this out here. I'm sorry, I didn't have this open to start with. Let's go here and look here. So the plans that we built from the distance between, I think it's Daphne Street and Cadmus, is about half the length of the distance you have for merging 2 lanes to 1 from A Street up towards Marchetta. And I'm wondering why there is that difference in distance. Why so much of that space from A Street to Marchetta needs to be dedicated to the merge of those cars? Why, in other words, why can't you squeeze that single lane a little bit more quickly in order to create space to either have a center left turn lane or a left turn pocket for people that are northbound crossing into a driveway on the west side? That's a question that I have. I know that there's also a property between El Portal and Marchetta that has a dedicated left turn lane into their parking lot. And so those are the sort of things that I think we should look at being able to do halfway between A Street and Marchetta in order to have the access be a little bit more, it's easier. The notion of sending people up to take a U-turn in the center left turn lane up by Marchetta, they're going to be doing a U-turn right through the bike path, and I just think that they're coming up with some solutions here would be, I think, beneficial to not only the property owners but the public as well. So my hope is that we can come up with some solutions for this.
We'll take another look at it. I know we've talked about it a bunch, and there are opportunities for northbound traffic. They don't have to go all the way up to Marchetta. They can U-turn as soon as they hit that 2-way left turn pocket. But we can take a look at the length of the merge from Daphne to Cadmus and see if there's a reason why we can't make that a little shorter at the south end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kranz. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you, Jill, for all your hard work on this. I had the chance to ride the stretch on my bike today after a dentist appointment, and just the difference in the whole level of chaos has come down so significantly throughout this stretch. And also just the noise. Like we ate at Buena Forqueta this weekend. It happened to be the Bro-Am, which is typically just such a crazy time for traffic in our city. And it was quiet and there were no backups, and just the circulation for everybody that was trying to use the road was so much improved. So I agree with Tony. It's just a dream come true in a lot of ways. It's very ironic to me that I waited to have a child until this project was complete, and now I might be missing the ribbon cutting because my child might be delivered around that same time, but I won't hold it up for that reason. I'm so happy when I think about the first class of kindergartners who will be going to Palecki this fall, actually this summer, and they'll be able to walk there, and it's just really a dream realized. So thank you for all your work on that. I just had a couple minor things that I wanted to see if you'd be able to address. One is I love the street furniture that has been placed, and I do like those benches with the glass and the some of the metal work. I've just received some input from the community that those are hard to sit on, and they're concerned that they would get rust on their clothes if they sat on that. And I tried it out. I didn't get any rust on my clothes, but it was a very dry day. So if there's some way to maybe top those benches so that there's wood or some other surface, I think that could be an improvement. And then the other item is that when I did ride that stretch today, I noticed that lip in the bike lane that's come up from some members of the community. And I know that you have a plan to address that. And I was wondering if you would just talk about that plan and what to expect. But other than that, I don't have any other issues or questions.
Sure. So to start with your first point regarding the steel benches, so those are Corten steel, so they're meant to rust and kind of create a nice kind of golden bronze color. But certainly Councilmember Kranz has also brought up a similar concern about the ability to sit on those. So we are looking at a product that can seal them. We want to wait until they have completely rusted to kind of a uniform color throughout the entire bench. We think that'll be in about another month. And then we'll look to seal those so that they're a little bit easier to sit on. And then your point regarding the seam in the bike lane. So as some of you know, we had originally designed this project with 12-foot lanes. When we took another look and were able to narrow those lanes to 10-foot for additional traffic calming, that pulled the entire cross section in, and that's what basically pushed that seam into the bike lane. So tomorrow morning, we expect a contractor to go out there and grind that seam and paint the bike lane again. That's a temporary fix. They'll be back toward the end of next month to add a methacrylate coat on top of that will help protect the pavement and extend the life of the pavement in that area. And that'll give a nice uniform cross section across the new bike lane.
Okay, great. And is that color, it's going to be green? It's the same color that it is right now. And that's the color that you said is recommended by the NACTO design guideline?
The product is recommended by them, yes.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was a pretty strong endorsement by Councilmember Hinsey. Even after having dental work, she still had a very nice ride down the 101s. So I think that was good. So this is a receive and file. So that's what we'll do, is receive and file this report. Thank you so much, City Engineer Bankston. And we'll move to the next item, which is Beacons Beach update. And I guess it's City Engineer Bankston again. So you have a report for us?
I do, and we've got a team with us in one of our conference rooms that's going to help with the presentation. There they are. So Matt, if you're able to share the opening slides, I'll just give the kickoff to the Beacons presentation, and then Matt is joined by some experts from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography and our city geologist to provide some additional detail. So we'll wait till we get there into presentation mode. There we are. Yep, looks good, Matt. Thank you. So this is our Beacons Beach update. Matt, if you could go to the next slide. So we're gonna run through all things Beacons Beach. So we'll start off with the bluff failure, our response combined with the Scripps team, the impacts to the access for the parking lot and the trail, our plan to reopen the trail, and then our Matt has a parking lot shift project that's going on. And then Scripps has an Assembly Bill 66 funded bluff monitoring project. So we'll provide some information about that as well. So with that, I will pass it over to Matt.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney. Saving the best for last, as we all hope. Our update on Beacons Beach. The big thing we want to start with, again, the bluff failure, which occurred on May 1st, 2nd of this year. So a little bit of background here is in 1982, 1983, most of you probably are aware, but if you're not, just to make sure you do know, there was a historic landslide there with the winter storms of 1982 and 1983, where the old beach stair access was damaged. And then in 1990, there was another landslide on Beacons Beach. Other than that, there hasn't been much movement at all from 1990 until we had our bluff failure back on May 1st and May 2nd of this year, 2022. On that landslide, the northern portion of the existing landslide at Beacons Beach reactivated. It moved downslope to the west, and the movement created numerous cracks in the existing slope and caused cracking and damage to the existing access trail, as we see here in the photos, from the parking lot downslope to the beach. So that's what we discovered here on May 1st, May 2nd, what we said. Upon getting the news that there was a landslide and we saw damage on the trail, the city immediately went and closed the parking lot, and we closed the trail from the ocean down below to the public for public safety. Since the original movement, it moved 5 feet, believe it or not, on that May 1st, 2nd bluff failure. The city and the staff at Scripps have identified another 1 to 2 feet of movement after the initial
5 feet of movement. So that's why it was imperative that we did close the trail and we did close the parking lot to make sure that there wasn't any other additional movement, and we did see that. Staff did notify Coastal Commission the day of the failure, and we let them know that the parking lot and trail was closed, and we have submitted an emergency permit for the temporary closure of the parking lot and beach access. And since then, city staff and along with personnel from Scripps Institution of Oceanography, 2 gentlemen who are here with me today, we've been doing a team effort of monitoring the bluff and monitoring the parking lot of what is happening out there. And so now I will turn it to Mark Zuckerberg from Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and he can give some information on the monitoring that we have done since the bluff failure.
Hello, I'm Mark Zumberg. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mosca and council members for having us tonight. I'm joined by Frank Wyatt, a geophysicist at Scripps, and other team members, Adam Young, who's the lead investigator, Yehuda Bach, and Nick Sardper are trying to join remotely. We just want to give a brief update on measurements we've made since the slide and projects going forward to continue more advanced measurements at Beacons Beach. Before the slide, we had made some very preliminary installations aided by Jamie Timberlake, who was involved at the time. These measurements were, these installations were really part of her ongoing bluff restoration project. After the slide, we accelerated our measurements, and geologic consultant Jim Knowlton has been very helpful in that aspect. In the slide here, you can see the sites where we're currently making measurements. The red dots are all in the parking lot where we've made repeat measurements, trying to see if the height of the parking lot is changing or sagging. The blue squares mark the locations of very sensitive tilt meters. You can think of those as electronic carpenter's levels. They're very sensitive, and from those records we can infer displacement of the ground. So I'm gonna show some of the results of those measurements briefly. The next slide, Matt, just shows some members of our Scripps teams out at the site doing surveying in the parking lot, which we've repeated half a dozen times, and also the installation of these sensors in the bluff side. The next slide lists the types of measurements we've been making, and I'll focus on 3 of these. One is the LiDAR surveys, which show the gross motion of the slide. And then the records from the tilt sensors put in the slope, and also the survey measurements on top of the parking lot. The next slide is just a photo before and after photograph showing what it looks like from above, and you can see if you look closely the scarp that was created by the slide, that's quite evident, and further down some cracks opened up as a result of the motion of the ground. You can really see what happened in the next slide, which is the results of the LiDAR survey that our lead investigator Adam Young has been doing repeatedly. The area shaded red moved downward on the order of 1 meter, and the area shaded blue moved upward because the material sliding down the hill had some place to go, and it built up down near the bottom. Near this transition between the red and blue is where some fissures opened up. We've been measuring the width of those fissures as a function of time, and we don't see them changing very much. sensitive tilt meters that were installed in that area. The next slide shows a record from one of those. So this is tilt as a function of time, roughly for the most of the month of June. That step started around June 14th is indicative of a very tiny continued settlement of the slide. If you inferred from that tilt a displacement, it might be something of the order of 1/4 of an inch. So it's a very, very tiny motion, but something that these sensitive sensors can detect. And the next slide just shows the results of repeated leveling in the parking lot, trying to see if there's any settling going on as a function of time. And one vertical division on that graph is about 1/4 of an inch. And so the different colors denote surveys at different times. And so it's not showing any significant settlement as far as we can tell in that period. So I'll send it back to Jill.
All right, Jill, you are up for the trail history.
Sure. So we've got a series of aerial photos or obliques of the Beacons Trail going back to the 70s, so 50 years ago. So in this photo, you can see it's a nice gradual straight slope from the top of the parking lot down to the beach. You can see that there is a community-made trail that starts at the north end of the beach and travels down towards the south end of the beach. Next slide, please. So as Matt mentioned, we had a big landslide in 82, 83 with the El Nino. So here you can see that the north end of the bluff has failed and the community-made trail has been realigned. So it starts more kind of towards the middle of the property and it zigzags down with a couple switchbacks down to the beach there. Next slide. By 1989, it looks like maybe there's been a little bit more movement there. You can still see a similar community-made trail that extends about halfway to the north of the bluff and kind of winds its way down. Next slide. By 2002, you can see that the community-made trail has been lengthened and extends further to the north. So you can see that it extends about 3/4 of the way across the bluff there. And it has kind of a longer, maybe flatter slope to get down to the beach. So this is a projection of June 2022. So this is after the slide. Matt, could you click next? So this is the area where you can see the scarp in red, and at the bottom you can see where the slide has kind of rotated and lifted up towards the bottom. And then you can see that we're just catching that northerlymost switchback in the trail has been affected by the bluff failure. Next slide. All right, so here's the good news. We've been monitoring for about 8 weeks. As Mark mentioned, things appear to be pretty stable. We're not seeing a lot of movement now. So we are looking to start repairing the trail, which is repairing the trail surface, the handrails, the stairs, the drainage, all of the pieces that were impacted next week so that we can open the parking lot and the trail for the 4th of July weekend. That is our plan, starting the work next week. Next slide, please.
All right. I'll take it from here. As well as the initial project we've done with the bluff failure, we do have 2 projects. One is the city project with the parking lot, and then there's the Assemblyville project. So again, where we are with the parking lot project, this was funded back in 2021-22 for design and relocation of the parking lot away from the bluff failure plane along the parking lot in Beacons Beach. So we're in design right now. We are at a 90% level. We are looking to try to get on to see the Planning Commission here in the next few months. So again, we are shifting the parking lot so that the cars are not in the bluff failure plain, as was determined by the numerous geotechnical studies that were done through the years coming up to 2018. So this is a conceptual layout of what we propose to have the parking lot look like. It does have a reduction in the number of parking spaces, but that's where we are right now. Again, the timeline here, we're looking to be finalizing the design in July. We are at 90%, hoping for planning commission in September and the coastal development approval in October. And then obviously, if there isn't any appeal of the coastal development permit, we can get this project in front of council for design approval and authorization to advertise in December. Council can award in January, and pretty much about 30 to 40 days of working days we estimate, and should be done in the recent amount of time after that. So that's where we are on the parking lot project. And the last piece we have will be for the state assembly bill project.
Yes, we have, Scripps has received funding to do a research project to study cliff erosion, both at Beacon State Beach and in Del Mar. There are several aspects to this. Installing sensors to record shift and ground deformation in real time. The Assembly bill requires that we complete this project in a finite time. We started in January of this year, and we have 3 years to complete it. Our original plan had been to involve the installation of our sensors along the top of the cliff face, simultaneous with the construction of the parking lot project. The parking lot project won't actually get going until next year, so now we are pursuing a separate set of permits. And the next slide, which I believe is our last slide, just shows the locations of some of the sensors that we plan to put in up top. These would be more sophisticated sensors than we've installed so far. They'll require power and internet connection. So we are moving forward, trying to get the installation of an SDG&E power drop in an internet location. We'll be putting in a number of sensors. They'll largely be underground below the new parking lot. So hopefully when we install these in the coming months, they'll be out of the way of the parking lot project. And we've had good communications with engineering staff here, Jill Bankston and Matt Wadelsky. I think we're all on the same page. At this point, we've started the permitting process, and we plan to write a letter to the council asking you to forgive the need of us to make some hefty payments for permits and coastal development fees. And we ask for any help you can give us in advancing the installation of these sensors in the coming months. Thank you very much. We'll answer any questions about the project that you might have.
One thing just to finish real quick, when we received the 90% submittal for the parking lot, it also included the 90% submittal for the sensor installation work as well. So both these projects are at the 90% level. And so now if it's going to be faster for the sensor work to be done, we can separate that out and do it. But the plan is to do both projects, but just to make sure everybody is aware that both are at the 90% level. And if you're going to separate them, it's better to put the conduit in and the boxes in before you pour the sidewalk and adjust the parking lot. So it does make some good sense there as well. All right, that is our presentation, and we will answer any questions.
All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation. It's a very comprehensive presentation, and thank you for the collaboration with Scripps. This is an important site in our city, and glad to see the just the level of expertise coming to bear on this issue. It's a complicated one, and one that we've been dealing with for some time, as you can see. And whatever we can do to help Scripps facilitate the installation, I'm all for kind of doing that. And I think from what Matt said, it makes sense to kind of move it forward. And if there's anything we can do to kind of expedite that and relieve Scripps of some responsibilities to kind of move it forward as quickly as possible, I think that would be prudent to do. So thank you. And what I'm going to do is just go recognize my colleague, Councilmember Kranz, who has questions and comments.
And we do have a public comment.
All right. Councilmember Kranz, can I go to the public first?
Sure.
And I'll come back to you. All right. Let's take that public comment.
Okay. Alex Mrazek, you have 3 minutes.
Can we take the screen share down?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, Matt.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, hey everybody. Okay, so thanks for all the detail with this presentation. Really useful to kind of see all the detail around what's going on with the monitoring and the plan to reopen. Obviously, I think a lot of us in the community are really happy just to get beacons back open. I do want to share some concerns that I think, a lot of us in the community have about just the approach that you guys just outlined right there. I would say, firstly, the permitting, it's important. I think it's important to be fair, to make sure that, both the private and the public follow the permitting process. I mean, right now the beach has been closed 52 days and there is not an emergency CDP in place. You guys notified the Coastal Commission. I've been in contact with them, but there's not an emergency CDP that's actually been received by them, is my understanding. And actually by law, you're required to do that within 7 days of closing the beach. So that needs to be finished and done. I think it's useful to do this kind of presentation, but the public has a right to know about what the plan is going to be to reopen. It sounds like there's a plan to reopen the trail, which is great, but from an overall project approach standpoint, I think we're missing a really big part of this, which is stabilizing the toe of the slide. This is when you go back to the history of this project, going back to 2017, 2018, this alternative 4C where there was going to be an erodible sand buttress at the bottom to stabilize the slide, exactly what you guys outlined in it. You can see on the north side of the slide, which was the most unstable part of it, you can see it slid at the toe. Basically that helped perpetuate the failure on the slide, which is exactly what the geotechnical experts said, 8-10 years ago that was going to happen, right? So I think this approach that you guys are taking right now is missing a big piece, which is stabilizing the toe, right? So, I'd love to see more detail around that. I know the community would as well, because we want this thing fixed properly. We want it done in a way where we're not going to have to keep doing this. And I'm sure you guys at the city would like that as well. We're not dealing with this every 2 years, every year. And I think I have some concerns too about Scripps and other people climbing around on the bluff. We're going to have some work done at the top of it to move the parking lot back. But then you're also going to have people climbing around on the bluff. I mean, as we've seen in the past, people climbing on the bluff could actually help destabilize it. It's a sensitive scenario there. So I mean, we'd love to hear obviously more detail around that. So I guess I'll pause there. I don't know if the team can comment on any of those concerns, but I think those are my concerns.
Thank you, Alex, for your public comment. So it sounds like what you're talking about is a little bit more long-term solution, which we actually were talking about as a city council several years ago. And the city will get back to that conversation, but right now we're talking about reopening the staircase and reopening the parking lot and determining when that's safe. And then an additional couple of projects that the team just outlined. One was to do some work on the parking lot, and then also some other work that Scripps would be doing. And that's where the permits are related. So thank you for your public comment. Madam City Clerk, are there any other public comments?
There are no other comments.
All right, perfect. We'll take it back to the City Council. Councilmember Kranz.
Yes, thank you. And I think that the lead was buried in this presentation because I saw the slide that said the trail is going to be open by the 4th of July, which is pretty big news. And it's, I think, been driven by the period of closure. I think Alex said it was 52 days. I have no reason to doubt that. But the important testing and verification that it's no longer moving was a critical part of that, and therefore it allows us to move forward and I'm sure get an emergency CDP. Is that in the works at this point?
Yes, that's in the works right now. Yes.
Okay, so we are complying with permitting requirements, and I think that the public will be quite pleased to, if it does indeed work out so that the trail is reopened again by the 4th of July. My hope is that we can issue, at least some sort of email or something to our constant contact database that made people aware of what the plans are and the work that went into getting to the point where we were prepared to pursue the reopening of the trail. So with regard to the parking lot, I'm a little disappointed because the design that appears to be 90% done has never been before the city council before. And I know there were options on how the parking lot would be reconfigured, and I think it would have been good to have the council get a chance to look at those options before moving forward with the 90% design. So that's kind of disappointing. I see that it's going to come to the council eventually, but it seems like it's probably going to be fairly cooked, which is unfortunate because there are alternatives that have been discussed in the community for quite some time. I get that it's controversial, anything having to do with beach access in our city is. And so, it's not an easy conversation to have, but I think that it's important that we have that conversation, which, the staircase conversation that was had 3 years ago that the Planning Commission, decided it came back without enough changes. So at that point, the trail was working fine and we had worked to the point where we were going to keep the trail anyways. So we put the plans for the second iteration of the staircase went on hold. And I do think that it's important that we dust that off and start that conversation back up again. And so it's my hope that the city manager can make that happen. I don't know whether you need council a vote to move that forward, but as hard as that conversation was originally, I think it's important that we engage on that again, because while I appreciate the fact that some people would prefer to have tow stabilization, we ran into problems with that with the Coastal Commission. So the next best solution is, in my opinion, that second iteration of staircase. But we won't know that until it goes through the full process. Then we can approach the state about the opportunity to pay for the cost of the construction. So, but having a project that's gone through the permitting process, I think would be an important step to getting to where we could talk to state parks and our legislators about their beach needing a staircase. So, those are the thoughts that I have. So thank you. I appreciate all the work that went into the science here. And it's not easy to predict exactly how that bluff is going to behave. So I recognize that there's some risk in the decisions that we're undertaking here.
Thank you, Councilmember Kranz. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Yeah, so I do have a couple questions as well. And one is regarding the engineering that we'll need to do to realign the trail. Jill, would you be able to give us just a high level overview of what that will entail?
Yeah, so it's not really an engineered solution. We are basically restoring the original function of the trail. So it's a maintenance project, and we're going to put the trail back and the stairs back and the handrails back exactly where they were before the bluff failure.
Okay, got it. And then my second question is for the Scripps folks. I don't know if you're able to answer this question, but do you have any indication from your data so far about the origin of the slide? I heard one speaker say that it came from the tow destabilizing when you look at it, it looks like there might have been a higher plane of failure just under the parking lot. Do you have any idea about that?
I would hate to say too much about that. The geotechnical experts at AECOM have been actually, as you may know, have been studying the area for many years, and it's not unexpected for the slide to have occurred along the plane that it occurred on, and it's likely that similar slides of about that same shape and side will occur in the future. When there is a slide, it redistributes stress in the bluff, and so it's very likely that additional slides and maybe more significant movement will occur, and that's part of the reason that we want to put in these sensors, try to assess from a public safety standpoint maybe what the ongoing risk there is.
Thank you.
I don't know if I've answered your question very well, but
well, you're giving me enough information to know that we still need to collect a lot of information. And so the point that I would like to make, and I would just like, you know, to reiterate this, as I've said multiple times, but whatever the city can do to clear the path for Scripps to be able to install the instrumentation, to understand how this slide is moving, and to be able to collect the findings for us to make good decisions going forward about how to manage the state's property that we operate, is to our best interest. And so I support your requests to separate from the parking lot project if that helps you move more quickly with what you need to do. And I just hope that the city's in a position to support your asks for that purpose. I think we're really uniquely lucky that this assembly bill was authored by one of our own residents, Assembly Member Borner Horvath, who has only identified 2 sites in all of San Diego County, and Beacons is one of them. And so to me, this is a huge gift to the city that we should be making sure we're properly utilizing. So let's see, I did have 2 other questions. One is about the parking lot project and the plan there that Matt laid out. And it looks like from March to August, the project's going to be under construction. Does that mean we're going to have to close the trail for those months as well? Or can we leave the trail open and maybe even some parking spots?
What the plan now is when the construction comes right next to where the trail comes off of the parking lot, there will be some days that there will have to be closure. If we can possibly do a route around, maybe, I can't say definitely now, but what we can do is if we phase the project, we can still have some of the spaces open while we are, if we're working in the northern part of the parking lot, we can have the southern end open. The plan is to try to keep public access and the trail open as much as possible without obviously endangering safety. So that's going to be the plan. The contractor is going to be required to do that, and we'll make sure that that happens. Just kind of like when you close your driveway on a street, you have to pour the driveway so it's closed for a few days, and then the traffic can get back on it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I'm happy to hear that we won't need to close the trail. We can maintain the access for a big portion of that time that the lot will be under construction. And then just the last point is that I've heard from some of our adjacent businesses that really rely on Beacons for their couple months when Beacons has been closed. And so it's really great news to hear that we're going to be likely opening by the 4th of July. I think if we have the interest from the businesses to help over communicate about alternative beach access points with a map. I know we have posters and signage up at those beach access points, but these businesses are really doing a lot to help communicate to beachgoers where the closest beach is, how they can get there. And so maybe the city could help by creating some kind of material for the businesses to be able to pass out and say, here's a map of the short coastline, here's B-cycle stations nearby that you can hop on a bike and you can access those other points. And then here's when you can expect reopening. I think that would be really helpful to the businesses. And then, just maybe the QR code to keep eyes on the project itself, because I know that there's a lot of interest from the community to stay engaged through the process that's to come. So those are my comments, and thank you for really thorough update and also some really good news for all of us.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hensy. I don't see any other hands. So thank you to the team. This has been, again, a very comprehensive presentation, and just really appreciative of the team that's here, especially all the work that's being done by Scripps. Thank you so much. And I share the view that that Councilmember Kranz has in terms of coming back to the discussion of a solution that's more long-term. And it's, I think we ended off with the staircase, the second kind of iteration of a staircase there. I think that's probably a solution that may work. So, you know, whenever we can pick back up on that discussion, I think that's a good thing to do. Did you have any comments, City Manager?
Oh, I just wanted to acknowledge, thank you, Councilmember Mosca. I just wanted to acknowledge that I heard what you said, and we've been talking about the various options. All of them would require starting over, honestly, from the beginning with coastal and permits, et cetera. But we will be bringing something back to council for discussion and determining what might be the best avenue forward.
Perfect. All right, well, this is a receive and file, so we'll do that. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to the team. We'll receive and file this, and we'll move to the next item, which is council member initiated agenda item. There is nothing listed here. Do we have anybody that has anything to report under AB 1234?
I do. Just
Councilwoman. Hopefully
quick updates. One is from the NCTD side. So we had a report about a bus, the Breeze speed and efficiency study that's underway. And NCTD gave us an overview about certain projects and things that they're studying that might contribute to improving the speeds and the service efficiency of the Breeze busway. So there is an offer if the city council would like to receive a presentation, be able to give that feedback. I can request that. So you can send me an email, let me know, or just go through the city manager if you're interested in receiving that update and having the chance to give input. Or you could just do it one-on-one with NCTD's consultant if you wanted to save us the time on council. And one thing that I see as a big advantage to this study that's underway is that there would be opportunity for us to build really good reasons for grant projects about why we would like certain improvements. So one, for example, is a grade separation at Leucadia Boulevard. That's a big bottleneck for circulation, especially for our buses. And so by participating in the study, advocating for solutions like that, we might be able to build a better case for why we would want grade separation at Leucadia Boulevard. So that's one update. And then the other update is from the Sandag Coastal Shoreline Working Group. And that is that there is an effort underway for the coastal cities to come together and pursue our next regional beach sand project. So this would be the third regional beach sand project. And they're looking for interest from coastal cities. I think they need 5 to be able to advance the project. And while we do have a huge effort underway for our 50-year storm damage reduction project, thanks to Congressman Levin, there's still a portion of our city that would not be receiving sand. And that's from the northernmost edge of our city all the way down to about Daphne Street near Beacons. And so there is a reason why we want to partake in the next phase of Sandag's project. So that will be coming to council, I think, to decide if we want to opt in for, I believe it's a $40,000 preliminary study to see what the effects would be. But I'm not trying to initiate a discussion at this time, but I just wanted to let you know that that is going on.
Thank you, Councilmember Hensy. Anyone else? All right, City Manager, do you have a report to share with us? Nothing to report. All right. City Attorney. Sorry, Councilmember Krantz.
I was just going to say I was at a Padres game last night and I saw that San Diego Community Power is selling them 100% renewable energy. So pretty proud to see that.
Good, yeah, they're one of our power champions. We power the lights at Petco Park, 100% renewable energy. I think it's the Major League Stadium It's the first in the major league stadiums in the country.
And I believe you had the honor of attending a baseball game yourself.
Yeah, I threw out the first pitch for the Mets versus the Padres several weeks ago. And
how many bounces was it that it got to the plate?
No bounces. It directly to the plate. And Padres went on to beat the Mets by 13-2.
Awesome.
So I think it was my pitch. I think it frightened them all the way back to New York. City Attorney, do you have a report?
Deputy Mayor Mosca, I have no report this evening.
All right. Well, we come to the end of our agenda, and we actually have a summer recess coming up, so we're not going to see each other for a while. Do have a wonderful summer recess, and remember, when you come back, we have a tradition of wearing your Hawaiian shirts. So do bring your Hawaiian shirt to the meeting on August 10th, which is going to be when we come back from our summer recess. Guys, have a nice evening and have a wonderful summer recess. See you guys later.
Thank you, everyone.